Perfect. Gaming is still possible. I don't know. Maybe I'll play some Baldur's Gate 3 today. I like Baldur's Gate 3. It's one of my favorite games. Baldur's Gate 3, good. Elden Ring, good. What other games are there? I don't freaking know. I don't know. Maybe I'll push away all my fans and just play League of Legends. Posted a fake screenshot of someone on the mod team getting let go. Had a Dark Urge run yet? No, it's too scary. It's too scary. You gotta kill people and stuff. And I don't like killing people. I'm a pacifist. Play when the patch comes out. When does the patch come out? I also don't like making evil choices. Maybe I'll do my first Dark Urge run on stream or something to force myself into it. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's continue with this.
The gameplay trailers for The Thing and Human Torch, as well as a couple of other announcements that were pretty hype. And both those new characters look amazing. And then, kind of like giving a dog a pill and peanut butter, it gave us the goodies and then fed us the medicine, because turns out they laid off the entire North American division of the Marvel Rivals team. At least that's what the headlines are saying. It's not entirely clear everyone that's been laid off, but bare minimum we know for sure a game director that worked on Marvel Rivals as well as some level designers have been released. There are claims that some of the others were responsible for R&D work, but again, that's still not entirely confirmed as of right now. But anyway, let's go through the LinkedIn post here from Thaddeus Sasser. This is such a weird industry. My stellar, talented team just helped deliver an incredibly successful new franchise in Marvel Rivals for NetEase Games, and we're just laid off. Thaddeus is one of the game directors for Marvel Rivals. He is not people. Like the...
I feel like the way this is being covered is a bit weird, because I also saw this on LSF. The title saying the same thing that Charlie said here.
What did Denny just say?
Fuck? The dev team got fired for Marvel Rivals.
Huh. Oh my god. That's odd.
I'm not a hero.
What?
Weird industry. Odd. My stellar, talented team helped deliver an incredible, successful new franchise at Marvel Rivals for NetEase Games, and we were just laid off.
The U.S. studio side is what Mitch is saying.
Oh, the U.S. side did?
Yeah, that is really odd.
That's weird.
Why would they do that?
And so, I don't know how we arrived at like the entire North American team got laid off. I don't think that's necessarily true. Cause like, what is that? And that's what I said yesterday, right? When we looked at this briefly yesterday, I was like, what does that mean? Like the localization team, like people who translate the games, like the hosting, like it didn't make sense. Like what is like the entire North American team being laid off means? And it makes more sense if it was like one of the teams in North America being laid off, right? But again, like I saw a Jake Secchi post saying entire North American team. I saw this thing saying entire North American team, and I was like, is that even the case? Right? Because I don't even think this says, like this post said the entire North American team got laid off, right? And so that's the first, when say the entire team, they mean like 6 people. I don't know. It's an R&D team that did level creation, so I don't know. But that can't, it's not the entire North American team, is it? Are those the only North American employees? I have no idea. I have no clue. Shouldn't be able to hire someone for a job and go psych, especially if you're a big corporation. That's exactly how big corporations work. That's just what it is, right? And it's not even like that they were like, oh, psych. It's like, oh, we don't need you anymore. You know what I mean? So it's like they were like hired for like to create levels, I guess, as level designers, and they were like, okay, we don't want any more levels anymore. We're gonna focus on something else. And then like they focused on something else. Supposedly most are in China, maybe. It was I don't want to play with you anymore. I just want to know how this turned into the entire North American team. But I don't know. That's something that was confusing to me.
For NetEase Games, and were just laid off. Thaddeus is one of the game directors for Marvel Rivals. He is not like the sole director. He's not the preeminent god of Marvel Rivals. He's not, fucking Stan Lee to this game or anything, but he was still one of the directors of the game in a division of it, which is still unclear exactly everything they were responsible for, but regardless, they did play a role in the development of this game that is being enjoyed by...
This is true. Like, I don't know. I think like we're never gonna know unless like Marvel Rivals comes out with like or NetEase comes out with a statement being like, "Hey, so we gotta give NetEase the benefit of the doubt." It's not giving NetEase the benefit of the doubt. It's trying to understand what is actually happening here in the first place. You know what I mean? Like that. Like that's what we're trying to understand. Because again, I'm saying that this LinkedIn post did not say the entire North American team was laid off. So I'm trying to figure out how, everything that I heard about this is saying the entire North American team got laid off. Right? Apparently this happened before with NetEase, most recent, before this Visions of Mana, they laid off most of the staff the day after Visions of Mana launched. I'd like to know if they had responsibility for what contract they had, because optically it's not good to fire people on one of your dev teams. I agreed, 100%. The spreadsheet told them what good number would be hired. They ruined 6 slides temporarily. What else there to understand? I mean, I think it's relatively important to be, like, correct about saying the entire North American team has been laid off. You feel me? Like, them laying off one team is already bad enough. Like, and it looks bad regardless whether or not it's, the entire North American team or 6 people on this one team. You feel me? And he's telling me that they cut the Marvel Rivals team in Seattle because this was a difficult decision made to optimize development efficiency for the game. I mean, yeah, this tells us what we already knew. Like, they cut overhead because they were like, it would make them more money. Very unusual move, given Rival's success, but the clear focus here is on core development in China. We made a difficult decision to adjust my Rivals development team structure for the organization reasons to optimize development efficiency for the game. This resulted in reduction of the design team based in Seattle that is part of a larger global design function at support of Marvel Rivals. We appreciate this hard work and dedication to the affected and will treat them confidently and respectfully with recognition for their individual contributions. We want to ensure our fan base, the core development team of Marvel Rivals, which include lead producer Wei Kong Wu and the game's creative director Guan Yun Zhen and Guangzhou, China, remains fully committed to. Okay, so this, same focusing on the Chinese development team.
Adam 20.
It's so confusing to me, cause like, it's so confusing to me, cause yes, Marvel Rivals is successful and it's making a lot of money, and it wasn't necessary, right? But if I don't understand what their purpose is, if not like just doing like regular like American corporation things. Is like, instead of like firing workers in America because what they're doing, firing workers in America to have workers overseas, but they're based in China. It's such a weird situation. I don't get why even do this in the first place. Like, it doesn't make sense to me, except just corporate greed. You know what I mean?
These games, and were just laid off. Thaddeus is...
Oh, also it says here, coming up with new level design mechanics, gameplay mechanics, and so on. Gary was a key part of those efforts. As a game dev, we generally have no end date contracts. It sounds great on paper, but it means when there's a remote sense of lull coming, or something very successful came out of a fiscal quarter coming to an end, and decide how much profit to maximize the shareholders. More profit shown makes the game even more profitable. It's basically maximizing everything so they get even more funding and traction for the next project. But like, this game is weird because Marvel Rivals, it's all about, hey guys, we're listening to you and we're gonna keep consistent updates. Like, are they just gonna stop making new levels? Like, I don't know. Okay, like, I mean, it's just like, no, this is a level design team. They will hire new devs and artists. Like in America, they fire the devs in America. They hire new artists and devs like in China where they're based. I don't think they're using AI. I'm gonna be real. Not yet. They really need innate designers though. I mean, they hired innate designers, so assumingly they did need innate designers, right? And I don't think their need for they needed designers, right? And I don't think their need for designers be like, oh, sorry, we don't need innate designers anymore. We're gonna get designers from elsewhere. Is a fair reason to like lay off the employees, right? Because they're like they're costing you too much. You know what I mean? Wasn't this an American support team? There wasn't a support team. It says like they were doing R&D. That's what they said. But again, I don't know the wide breadth of the work that this team is doing, and honestly, nobody knows the wide breadth of the work that they're doing. You know what I mean? You don't know how much of a role that they played in the development process, but it doesn't necessarily matter. You know? It's the Seattle team, which is USD, would be the most costly. Yeah, but again, like, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it makes. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense. As in, like, I don't get it. I'm saying it doesn't make sense from a perspective of like you are already demonstrably successful, probably more successful. I would go out and venture to say more successful than your projections even said you were going to be. Right? It's one of the most popular games currently right now. They probably made more money than their projections said they were going to make. Like, I don't understand like the capitalist mindset of, oh, we are successful, but we could be making more money if we just fire one of the teams that are instrumental for our success just to export the cheap labor. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense.
He is not like the sole director. He's not the preeminent god of Marvel Rivals. He's not, fucking Stan Lee to this game or anything, but he was still one of the directors of the game in a division of it, which is still unclear exactly everything they were responsible for, but regardless, they did
Some
play
people
a
saying
role.
that tariffs was involved, like, but I'm like, is co-tariffs? Like what? I mean, labor. And it may not be like tariffs or whatever. It could be, like any number of things. Like, I don't say like retaliation against America or whatever. I think it's just, American developers are more costly. You know? Like they are. Not trying to defend them at all, but I could see them wanting to reduce the American team because issues with employing people from other countries. You have to hear those countries' employment laws. My friend got laid off for that reason. The company was in the UK, so horrible. They have the money and the ability to keep them, so they should. Gremlin rating coming. Gremlin rating coming. It's like freaking 7:30 in the morning. Didn't Gremlin just start?
Role in the development of this game that is being enjoyed by hundreds of thousands of players every single day. You know what I mean? So it's like it's still a pretty substantial position, I believe, from everything I've seen at least. And now he and his team have just been fucking slapped, thrown away like dirty laundry here. So he seems pretty upset, rightfully so, because you usually don't expect when your product is so good that you helped build, you don't really think that you're going to be the one on the chopping block, because I mean, logically, that doesn't really check out. That doesn't pass the smell test. Hey, this thing is doing so well, we're going to celebrate by spitting in your face, get the fuck out. Leave. Like, that's not something a lot of people expect, except in the video game industry. Because in the video game industry...
I will actually say, I'll push back on Charlie on this. I think he's incorrect. This happens in every industry, right? Like, tech included, like... Every single industry has this, did my rate sound not play? Oh, there it is. Yo, welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Grimlo, thank you for the raid. I hope you have a good New York day, or whatever chat told me you were going through. But yeah, welcome in Raiders. We're talking about Marvel Rivals laying off their Seattle team. Everyone's about to get on a plane. Thoughts and prayers, chat? Yeah. Thoughts and prayers. Good luck. Oof. Good New York Day. You know what I mean. Same difference. So Grandma to hand over the Power Rangers comics. Grandma has Power Rangers comics. I have Power Rangers comics right there. Merson, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. They probably just used to get the hiccups of the game release. The game runs pretty decent for a new game. Yeah, I think that's not great, honestly. Personally, I feel like that's fine. I would say okay, but that's fine if you're gonna do that if you have contracts, right? If you put workers on contract saying, hey, and you let them know up front, like, hey, we're hiring you to work for 9 months for the first, you know, for the first 6 to 9 months of development or release, work through maintenance, fixing issues that we have, and then if that's it, then your contract will end, and if not, we'll extend the contract or whatever. That makes sense to me, right? Still not a fan of contract work, but like that would make sense to me. Of like, if you let them know up front that like the role that you're hiring for has a timeline, but under the expectation of like, oh, you're gonna work on this game, and this game is super successful, and you assume that you're gonna keep your job, but they're like, okay, we don't need you anymore. That always happens. No, what do you mean? As in like people getting laid off or contract work? Contract work does exist. And it does happen for certain instances. Like in the tech sector, like you have a product launch, you'll have people who will like work on a product and then will be hired for development of that product. And you have a different team working on like the deployments and maintenance of that product. And so the development team kind of understands that like once the product is fully developed and then there's a separate maintenance team, like that team might be downsized from like the creation of the development of the products versus like the team maintaining the product itself, Have you heard from any devs affected? I mean, we heard from this LinkedIn post. I think one more post as well. There's only 6 people got laid off. Yeah, it was just part of the Seattle office. But again, I still don't know whether or not like there are other NA workers. I don't know if like, cause like again, all reporting from like Jake Sucky, and everything I saw on Twitter was like all NA workers got laid off, and I don't know how large NetEase's NA section is. I don't know. I have no clue. Casual work sends the same as, or sounds the same as anime shows work. You get laid off after the show is over. Yeah. Not always, but like there's a good chance you might be. Like your team just gets downsized. Heard what you said a second ago. The give and take. Some studios have projects on the go. The better way to do it is ramp up and ramp down on new projects, old projects. It could be that they don't have anything big to ramp up to. I doubt that, to be honest, because it's a massive studio. But it happens. Yeah. Like when you're like in the beginning phases of development, or when you're pushing out a large update, you will hire people on to work on that. But that's where you do contract work. That's why you would contract them to do that work. Instead of being like, okay, we're hiring you to be on the development team for level design for a live service game. If you're hired for character and level design for a live service game, you kind of are going to assume that like you're going to be there for a little bit, right? A game that has consistent seasonal updates, you're going to need more character skins. You're going to need more levels. You're going to need more gameplay function, right? You're going to assume that like, okay, my job is relatively safe because like you're going to need consistent work. Yeah, which is why it's so fucked. It's insane. It doesn't make sense. Unless you talk about like, outsourcing that work to like outside of America, so you can charge less for that labor. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. But I know, and I will say, obviously not to defend the devs or to defend the company, this is normal normal capitalism behavior. It's got a very big story because Marvel Rivals is like very outwardly successful and people love the game, right? But this is normal capitalist behavior. Corporations will do this to every sector. Every sector. You know? Valorant son of Marvel Rivals' daughter. Or League of Legends non-binary child. No working in media besides maybe production side is safe. I mean, even the production side, you're not fully safe, right? Because unless you start calling out like racist behavior or sexist behavior, like you're gone too. Media does not care when you start stepping on people's toes. That's a different story though.
But anyway, let's go through the LinkedIn post here from Thaddeus Sasser. This is such a weird industry. My stellar, talented team just helped deliver.
Covered this already.
Director, he's not the preeminent god of Marvel Rivals. He's not, fucking Stan Lee to this game or anything. But he was
CEOs to lay off though. I mean, sure, but like again, I'm just saying, like you're not fully safe. If you think you're untouchable in production, you're not untouchable. You start stepping on the toes of people above you, they'll kick you out too. It goes for the CEO too. The CEO ain't safe either. The CEO thinks they're safe, right? You're not safe either. You start stepping on the wrong toes, you're getting out of there. I'm sorry. They will remove you. The board will take your head off. Like, if you do not play by the rules, this is a huge thing about corporations, right? Is that I'm not even talking about like the Luigi type stuff. I'm talking about like even inside of the structure of a corporation, right? Like, you stop playing ball with the corporation moving to make more money. If you were hired as a CEO and you're like, I'm a socialist now, we're going to democratize the workplace. Like, if they don't freaking murder you, like, you know, Luigi style, they will forcibly remove you to be like, no, okay, no, thank you. Get out of here. Get out of here. You know what I mean? Wonder if the level design being poorly received had anything to do with it? I don't think so. That was my first thought as well too, because I remember I just heard somebody just complaining about level design, like the day that the layoffs happened. But genuinely, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's purely mostly due to money, right? Because corporations will keep together teams that should be fired a long time ago, you know? Like, for any game, they will keep teams that, like, you're like, why are they keeping this team? This thing sucks or whatever. And they will keep them until the money becomes impacted or affected. I've heard very few complaints about the level design. The only complaints I've heard about Marvel Rivals have been about the level design. I have heard complaints about the level design, but that's just like, you know, regular Twitter stuff. I think I checked it the other day in your stream, and I had some people in here join in that said it wasn't horrendous. It's one of the weaker parts of the game, in my opinion. Yeah, but I don't think it had anything to do with the firing. You know what I mean? I don't think that they saw people saying the level design was bad and was like, okay, we're gonna fire you for it, right? Because honestly, if NetEase came out and said that, I think there would be people who would be cheering this on, right? If they came out and said, we've heard your complaints about the level design, we are getting in a new level design team, and then they just fired the old team, people would be like, yeah, good job, NetEase, you listen to what we asked for, you know? You listen to what we asked for. Like, people would be defending the layoffs if that was the case.
Still one of the directors of the game.
And honestly, if they come out today and say, we heard your takes, you heard your opinions on the level design, we are removing the level design team and replacing them with a better team, I think people would switch up immediately and start defending this. I'm gonna be real.
Division of it, which is still unclear exactly everything they were responsible for, but regardless, they did play a role in the development of this game that is being enjoyed by hundreds of thousands of players every single day. You know what I mean? So it's still a pretty substantial position, I believe, from everything I've seen at least. And now he and his team have just been fucking slapped, thrown away like dirty laundry here. So he seems pretty upset. rightfully so, because you usually don't expect when your product is so good that you helped build, you don't really think that you're going to be the one on the chopping block, because I mean, logically, that doesn't really check out. That doesn't pass the smell test. Hey, this thing is doing so well, we're going to celebrate by spitting in your face, get the fuck out. Leave. Like, that's not something a lot of people expect, except in the video game industry. Because in the video game industry, all bets are off. There's no fucking telling who's going to get, flushed down the shitter. The only people safe are the CEOs, like the Ubisoft CEO.
Not even true. Not even true. The CEOs are more safe. I think the most protected person, besides the shareholders, is the CEO, right? Like, the CEO is the most safe person, but even then, if you stop not playing ball as a CEO, you get cut too, right? They get a lot of leeway though, because they end up being able to cut other people before them. But once you start, you only have a certain amount of time before they start to replace CEOs too, because they will replace CEOs eventually. CEOs need their jobs, to be honest. They have more money. My retirement goals already. I mean, that's true, right? But they're also just not untouchable.
CEO who is beyond brain dead. Somehow, the dumbest people on the food chain of the video game industry are the ones that get to keep their jobs, not the ones that actually build good shit. It blows my mind, really. And even if the majority of the people that were let go, and even if his team was primarily responsible for R&D, it's still just such a bad look to release them at the height of the game's success. Also, if they were only there for R&D, why were they permanent hires? Maybe I'm a little...
That's also true. It's exactly what we just talked about. Mara Quarren, thank you for the 6-month in advance subscription. Much appreciated. Welcome in chat. In case you don't know, to all my gremlin chatters, at 1,200 subscribers, I am leaking my old SoundCloud music. This is true. I used to be a rapper back in my day. And so we are 56 away. So if you want to hear that, you can always subscribe. If not, it's all good. Also, Squishy, thank you for the 20-month resubscription. Fit me something? Maybe later.
Unfamiliar with the way things work at this level of game development, but typically I feel like if you're just
like 17,
going to have them as temporary
18?
Workers on your project, they'd be contract workers as opposed to full positions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's saying exactly what I was saying. Rapper turned streamer, is this T-Pain? True. Knife Spark, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. Much appreciated. Thank you.
That might just be my naivete in the AAA gaming system.
Yeah, but he's saying what I'm saying as well, is that like it doesn't make sense to, if you have them, to create a bulk of levels for the level design or create level design mechanics and stuff. Why are they like full-time persistent workers? Why would you not hire them as a contracted workers, right? As contract workers, so that they at least know that, hey, my contract's coming up in, a month or two. Maybe I should start looking for more gainful employment. Like, it just doesn't make sense to just drop them like that.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Chank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe.
Langium just subscribed.
Langium, thank you for the 3-month resubscription.
Go get the Henny.
And thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. We're working our way to that sub goal. We are currently what's 100 minus 62? 38? 38 away. 38? We are 38 away. John, let me know months in advance so I've been applying. Yeah, it's just that I think is the worst part about this, is just the fact that they were under the assumption that they were going to be full-time consistent workers, and then that was pulled out from under them. My understanding was that they focused especially on terrain destruction mechanics, which is like a core part of the game. Like it's literally one of the most featured things in the game's trailer. Destructible environments, level design, like that was their thing. Spiffy Juggins, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Thank you.
I was about to go get the Henny.
And Squishy doesn't even for the gifted sub as well.
Tier 1 sub to Chuck Dice. They have given 43 gift subs in the channel.
Some good talent don't go for contract work because they know it's temporary. They probably had these permanent positions to attract people for not wanting contracts. And if that's the case, then that's definitely worthy of criticism, in my opinion. That's not good. That is very bad.
Cool. And that has been a big discussion around this. Like, if they're all primarily focused on R&D, well, the game's fully out, so you don't really need that many devs still working around the clock on the title, because now the game's already out. You've already built the foundation. Now it's mainly about...
Like, this is true, right? And I understand this, right? Now, to be fair, like, as a corporation, and you're making bajillions of dollars, you don't need to cut anybody. But like, he's not wrong. He's describing what I talked about earlier, right? Is that the game is out. You need less people doing like R&D work. Sure. Then hire them under that assumption, right? Bring them in under that assumption that like, hey, we're going to be focusing on, you know, research and development, destructible environments. Our game's out, you know, and then yours gonna be gone, right? Contract work, bringing people like with the assumption they're going to be full-time employee workers, and then firing them so that you can reap the profits of their work is just, it's gross.
Developing new characters.
If they could have shuffled those people around, it's not out of the norm. Yeah, but if like NetEase is a Chinese company and they don't have a lot of employment in North America, there's not really much shuffling you can do, you know?
Ben Fish just subscribed.
But yeah, give them time to look for another job. But to be fair, we don't know what severance package they have. We don't know what, if they were giving notice. All we have is that they were laid off. We're not freaking the employees. Only the employees would know that information, right? So we're talking pretty much in generalities about like, assuming that they didn't. This is what they should do, right? They should have given more time. They should have given contract workers get severance. I mean, they're not contract workers. They were full-time employees. So they do deserve severance. Contract workers don't get severance for the most part. They are hired for a contract and then they're out. They did, right? But they were full-time employees.
Or new skins, that kind of thing, new maps or even new game modes, which some of them that were let go were level designers, so you could still use that expertise. They help design the levels. You're going to need more levels going forward. It can't just stay with the same ones that are in the game right now forever. Who knows though, maybe they were level design support and they feel like they don't need the supporters anymore, so they're going to cut the NA branch off and just do everything in China. It's still a little too early to tell, but the LinkedIn post continues, "Oh well, times are tough all over. Let's find these incredible people new jobs because we all need to eat, right?" And then he name drops someone named Gary McGee, who is a technical designer currently working on level design for Marvel Rivals, assumedly. And then he mentions, "A lot of our time on the project was spent as a sort of R&D branch, coming up with new level design mechanics, gameplay mechanics, and so on." And then mentions Gary was a key part of those efforts. So he does directly say a lot of their efforts were spent on R&D, and then list
questionable morals knowingly exploit internships. For a while, it's free labor without ever having the intention of hiring interns. So, however, my impression is that approach is a lot less common these days. I hope it's not less common. It's okay. It is less common, I think, but like it still happens, right? There are corporations who will hire unpaid interns, get them to develop full applications without the intention of keeping them on. You know what I mean? That is the thing that happens. Kind of out there, but any chances related to Donald J. Trump's trying to start a trade war with China? I don't think so. This is no different than like regular capitalist things. You know what I mean? Corporations do these things all the time. And so it's not outside of the ordinary. You know? I hope they get picked up by a competitor at least. I know that Riot Games are looking to hire some of them. Which is kind of funny. You have Riot Games swooping in being the hero here. the places will pay them till the end of the contract regardless. My lab does that for contract employees. They get laid off before the end of their contract. They will get paid the remaining duration of the contract. I got a habit of not allowing access work to finish until I'm paid because of how indie companies behave sometimes.
Gameplay mechanics and levels. Two things you're going to still need even past the R&D stage as you release more characters and more maps. But I think this is really one of those things where they're trying to save on costs, where maybe too many cooks in the kitchen. We don't need the North American branch of Marvel Rivals. We'll just do it all in China. So,
and I genuinely still believe that they do still have North American employees, right? I do believe they have a localization team. I do believe that they have like networking teams, network support teams in America. Like, I don't think they got rid of all of the North American employees, right? It does not make sense for them to do so when the game's, like, one of the game's biggest audiences is in America. They still need localization. They still need translations. Like, they still need those things. And so I think that those teams still exist in North America. Yeah, freaking motorcycle. I think those teams still exist in North America, but they got rid of this specific team probably because they're like, okay, you know, the bulk of their work was done pre-launch. We don't need them anymore, right? We can save money by getting rid of them. That's what I think is happening here. Working in a VFX sweatshop in a third world country with devs and artists get treated like this way in the US and the first world countries. The exploitation multiplies towards us. When people support them and raise their voices and benefits like weekends, overtime trickle down to us. You guys have a voice to show solidarity. No one's gonna hear us scream, so supporting them will support us here too. I know US streamers are still getting sponsors, so they're probably US teams to facilitate that. Yeah. It's just, this is like the perfect example of just capitalist greed. In terms of doing work on a full application is good for the resumes, though, that's stupid. They should be getting paid. If they're doing work to create full applications, they should get paid for creating those applications. Because once they get dropped by the the company that they're interning for, the company is making money off of that application, and they should be getting paid for that work. They shouldn't be getting paid in exposure.
Then they cut the team loose. They helped build it. The game is built and it's fucking crushing it. So now let's save a little money in the height of our success by getting rid of the NA branch. Another individual let go today is Jack Burrows, level designer for Marvel Rivals. Hey folks, well, just got laid off from my job working on Marvel Rivals with NetEase. Was an enormous pleasure to work with my American coworkers who joined me in this sad culling. Just couldn't dodge that big boot, I guess, no matter how big the success of the gig. So now I'm seeking a new role and would appreciate your support. If you hear of any opportunities or just want to catch up, please send me a message or comment below. I'd love to reconnect. Open to work. Hashtag you can't win them all.
Also, Ben Fish, thank you for the gifted sub. Or thank you for the 22-month free subscription, not gifted sub. Much appreciated.
Interesting is, they did win it all. This fucking slammed Overwatch into the dirt. It took it, gave it a swirly and a wedgie. This is the top dog
at all in college. You're expected to do unpaid internships on top of college and a job. Yeah.
Hero shooter genre, and they still fucked them in the face for no reason to some of the people that were helping with R&D at the very least, which is a crucial component of making a game in the first place, by the way.
Like, but just optically, it doesn't look well. It doesn't look good. But, you know, like, because I don't know. I think it's what I think. I think they were always planning on cutting this team. Like, since the game released, I think that this team was always, like, top of the cutting, of the chopping block, if you will, to be dropped. Right? And so, coming up to, like, a year after launch, they're probably, like, okay, now is the best time to pull the trigger. Because if we wait, longer, it would look worse, I guess. I don't know if they care about that, but maybe that could be reason why they're doing it now. I don't know. I'm trying to make sense of this, like, nonsensical decision, but, like, it's all done for like money anyway, Seems
like the positions were beyond that. Like, level design is not something you one and done. You're always going to need some level designers. But maybe they already have a ton at NetEase in China. So they're like, okay, we're getting rid of all this slack over there.
You're easy just to follow, but I think I'll just chill here now. Welcome in. Much appreciated. That's the goal of YouTube, is to bring people in. Is it because of the Ethan Klein stuff in the title?
America. But either way, it's just it's such a bad look. Now there's a big blemish on the success of Marvel Rivals.
This is true.
And Overwatch, like, they've already announced some big game changers coming to Overwatch that people are actually looking forward to. Overwatch can do something incredible here by just hiring this exact team to work on their game for them. Not only is that a PR fucking grand salami, people would go ballistic for that, but this team did prove that they can
They're not going to do it. Let's just stop. Just stop pretending. They're not doing it. They're not doing it. Because that'll be a smart PR move. Blizzard will never do it. Yeah, it would literally bring Blizzard and Overwatch up a few ticks. Right, while Marvel Rival has already like dropped the ball just a little bit, it'll bring them closer together, and they're not gonna do it. Right, because they're also a company, you know, and companies don't want to spend extra money, even if it'll make them look good for a PR win, and could set them up for a better future.
Do good work. Again, we don't know exactly everything they're responsible for, but just even being tied to Marvel Rivals at this level is just a good thing to have on your resume. That's a fucking chunky one. So it'd really be a win-win for Blizzard, as they're desperately trying to get Overwatch back into the conversation of being like a prominent game. It'd be good PR win, because people would like to see some talented game developers get back on their feet here in the industry, like in a genre that they're clearly very good at working in. And it'd also probably just be good for Overwatch in general, because, I mean, they worked on Marvel Rivals, and right now that's the bigger, better game. So, to me, it seems like a no-brainer if you're Blizzard. Apparently, the team's not very big either. I've seen reports that it was 6 people, roughly like around 6 people that were laid off. That was the whole NA branch for Marvel Rivals. So it wouldn't even be like an...
I don't think it was the whole NA branch. Honestly, I do not believe it was the whole NA branch. Right? I think it was an NA branch dealing with like level design and gameplay mechanics. I do not believe it was the entirety of NA employees for Marvel Rivals. I don't think so.
Extremely expensive endeavor if Blizzard wanted to hire all of them for Overwatch 2. I think it might be worth it. I think that'd be kind of a power move. But anyway, I still find this to just be trash. I still just do not like this. The video game industry is in such a bad spot. You can't even have a successful game without also losing your job, apparently. It just doesn't make sense.
They don't buy any more Marvel Rival stuff?
And I know
I mean, you can do what you want to.
it's not exclusive to the video game industry. You see this a lot, especially in Hollywood. Hollywood does this from time to time, where something is an extreme smash success, and some of the people that brought it to life get fucking scraps. They get morsels, less than
Like,
that sometimes.
my take on like whether or not you should like boycott Marvel Rivals or whatever is that if you are, I mean, obviously you can do what you want to. You know, like if you don't want to play Marvel Rivals after this, then like don't play Marvel Rivals. But if you are making your decision about whether or not you want to, you know, engage with a company's product based upon how they treat their employees, I have some bad news to you. I have some bad news to give you, honestly. And that is, you will not be engaging in any part of any industry in this country at all. Because I'm telling you, this is not unique to Marvel Rivals. It's not even unique to the gaming industry. It's, I just like to virtue signal once a month. And honestly, I get that. I get that. Yeah, you never buying food. Like, Balatro it is. Like, that's fair. You know what I mean? You can play Balatro, you know. Play freaking indie games. I think it's valid if you don't want to give them money. Why boycotts need to be organized and specific. Yeah, like I'm not saying you have to. Like, I'm not going to try to force you to play Marvel Rivals. You don't have to play Marvel Rivals. It's the decision that you can make whether or not you want to support Marvel Rivals after this decision, or, you know, or not. Right? My take is purely on one, I don't think I never said I won't play. That's true. I'm just saying in general. I'm saying in general, like, if you choose not to play and you want to boycott Marvel Rivals, right? Understanding that it's not like BDS, right? And it's a personal decision that you are allowed to make. Whether or not you want to play this game based upon the decisions of the company that made them. You know what I mean? Like, there are people who are like, you know, I'm not buying a Tesla because it's Elon Musk. You know what I mean? Like, that's entirely fair to do. Is it like a targeted mass boycott? Not necessarily. But like, if enough people do it, then yeah, it can become a thing, right? But my take on that is I don't think it will. I don't think people are going to be mad enough at Marvel Rivals for it to actually be a thing, right? Like, we just saw Tim the Tap Man in the middle of a Marvel Rivals game saying, "What, they lit up the entire dev team?" Anyway, F for the Rivals devs. Like, I don't necessarily see it becoming like a huge thing, right? It sucks, and we should definitely call out behavior like this. And I would say even further than that, we as, like, you know, anti-capitalists should go to like, reach out to people who are like Charlie in the situation and explain to them exactly how this is like a feature of capitalism and do a little bit of propaganda from that. I think that's one of the most successful things we can do. Right? But that's my take on if you dig dirt on the executives and show the world, that would be activism. Whether the executives make money while they fired the dev teams to actually make the product, that wouldn't necessarily be surprising. If your product is good enough, you can get away with murder. League and Blizzard have sexual scandals at the same time, except WoW and Overwatch sucked. Valorant and League were popping off.
So I know it's not exclusive to video games, but we are seeing it in a
Not
big
just money,
way
but
for
other
this
things.
industry. It is happening
What other things?
all the time. So not the most positive news coming out here.
Am I crazy for thinking it's being made a huge thing partly because NetEase is Chinese? Yes, you are crazy for thinking that. I don't think it's necessarily that's the case, right? Because there are people who have spoken out against layoffs in gaming before this happened with American companies as well. People do speak out against this pretty consistently. It's like, if you are on the internet every like 5, 6, 7, 8 months, a new layoff would drop, and then you're like, okay, you know, this company is doing layoffs and it's bad. It's not good. You know what I mean? That's a lot of paragraphs. I ain't reading all that. I'm gonna be real.
For Marvel Rivals, which is a real shame. And I just want to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya.
Shortest leftist meme, yeah. I did want to see this as well.
To be fair, Hassan,
Asmin responds to Hassan.
you have been very positive towards people who are on the national list. I mean, you.
What? Did I miss this? Asmin said that Hassan is like pro-Nazi? Okay, I feel okay.
Oh, man, damn. Well, thank you for the charitability, man. That's crazy.
Oh, the national terrorism list. Oh, they said nationals. I'd say who are like national socialists. And that's what I heard. He said the national terror. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Asmin just spent the morning watching Holocaust memorial videos, taking the complete wrong message from them, and then using them to deny the Nazis targeted LGBTQ people. I am so confused by this. Like, what purpose does this serve? Like, is he trying to make the Nazis
The bleep was
look
so weird. I had no idea what he said.
bad in his community? Is that what it is? Like, or
Is it not
like,
something? Okay, it wasn't just me.
I'm confused by this. Like, he's like, no.
Oh,
The
national
Nazis were
socialists
doing.
get muted on a Nazi platform, YouTube. No. Okay, do you think terrorists got muted on YouTube? No, it was muted by Hasanabi Productions. Hasani Productions muted it because in the first 60 seconds, if you have any like unsavory things, you get demonetized. YouTube did not censor the word terrorist. In production censor stuff, yeah, in the first 60 seconds. Because if you have any curse words or any things in the first 60 seconds, like, you don't want, to be demonetized. You have to hide stream chat too, yeah. I mean, you don't have to, but like, it's good practice because YouTube is very strict about, things happening in the first 60 seconds.
In DEI, actually. What is the purpose of this kind of historic revisionism? That makes no sense. His chat was blaming you during the videos too. He was responding to your clip today and asked for an apology for being right. Asman asserts that Nazis burned down Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology in 1933, not because it was a safe space for queer people, but because it was written in Jewish, not German. Wait, what?
The Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
First. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a like, my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
It's such a funny sentence. It's such a funny sentence. Does he mean Hebrew? He said that he meant Hebrew. Like, there's so many things wrong with that statement, in the fact that he's not correct. I don't know why he thinks he's correct. He's not correct. How does one write in Jewish? Great question. The Nazis did burn books because they had to do with gender identity, right, and trans people. But, and also, yes, he's incorrect about it being written in Hebrew. It would be Yiddish. But like, again, we're at this point, we're getting so far removed from like his original take that it's also incorrect, right? Which is like, the Nazis did burn books that had to do with gender identity. Like, they did. That was a thing that they did. They were anti-trans. They were anti-queer. Like, yeah, they were. It is objectively the truth. Also, I did not cover the ASMR for the illegal deportations yesterday, but we can talk about it today.
Please send me this. This is pretty funny. He said he's waiting for your and everyone's apologies. That's hilarious. Okay, I will look at that for sure. That's hilarious. Okay. It's like 20 minutes. Yeah, I'll look at it. Yeah, he's like, everyone needs to apologize to me. It turns out the medical research was written in Jewish, I guess. He's saying the Nazis only burned
Hassan's gonna explain it right now.
Was written in Jewish, I guess. He's saying the Nazis only burned non-German books without engaging in why they were considered non-German. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't even know.
His claim is that the Nazis burned books because, like, your hair came out great. Thank you. Right now it's on my do-rag, but I have a problem with do-rag. It just keeps falling off my freaking head. But he's saying like, oh, because they weren't written in German. That's why Nazis burned the books. And now he's demanding an apology from everybody, saying like, I was right. It is because they were not written in German, not the fact that it was written about gender identity. Written in Jewish part is what blew people's minds. Yeah. I'll be real. If a professional gamer has an opinion, I discard it. I don't care if it's correct. Well, Asman's not a professional gamer though. You know what I mean? He's just a dude who plays games. Sometimes, I guess. Also, they were in German. Tell that to Asmongold, all right? Don't come to me for that. Asmongold claims that he was correct.
I don't know where to freaking begin. Where to start with that one. But when the Nazis said something was un-German, that doesn't mean that it was actually that doesn't mean that it
Asman
was
thought
actually
German meant it was written in Hebrew. Well, he thought it was written in Jewish, but
not really German or written in what Asmongold considers to be Jewish, which is not a language. It could have been Yiddish or Hebrew. It definitely wasn't Hebrew, and most likely wasn't Yiddish either. The books were written in German. Some of them might have been
like
in other
you
languages.
understand how far off we've gotten from the original point when you start arguing about like another clip. Asman clarified that he meant Hebrew, but he said Jewish, right? And again, now we're talking about like what he said versus what he meant, and even that is incorrect. Like we are so far off of the main topic of discussion that like he's still incorrect. He's still wrong. He's still wrong.
Languages as well. But as far as like un-German, they don't mean like literally, oh, we hate different languages. Which would have been ridiculous altogether, right? That's also weird. I don't know why we're acting like if the Nazis were like, we just hate the linguistics style of the Spanish, that's why we're burning these books. That still would be an odd thing to do. However, when the Nazis, specifically Goebbels is the one who called these books un-German, what he was saying is they're morally degenerate and not real German. Like they were instilling a nationalist sentiment,
So I'm trying to make
presenting the books
stupid
as
statements
though
at once, so nobody addresses all of them.
they weren't written by real Germans. Now, in this assessment, in the year 2025, when you look back at that, you go, oh, that's just national.
But no, I didn't leave. I'm still here. I am Grem. What do you mean? Don't we look the same? Aren't we the same person? Do we like twins?
Nationalist propaganda claiming that something that was created by German people, medical research that was for German queer folk, being considered un-German is a way for the Nazis to famously cast these groups of people as outcasts and then put them in death camps and kill them, because that's what happened. Okay, you don't have to take their position and go, no, I was right, they're actually un-German. You don't have to take the Nazi position. That's crazy. Also, I do think that, yes, inevitably, when you go right wing, there is going to be a point where you engage in some kind of revisionism or apologia for the Nazi party, while also simultaneously saying that they were socialists.
But have we considered that Asmongold is German, as he claims is the opposite of Jewish? So maybe he knows best about the World War II. Grandma grew his hair out when you were away, Chatter. Exactly.
Which is, ironic, also ahysterical. But I didn't think we'd get there this fast. That's the only thing that I think it's an inevitability, but I just didn't think we would get there this fast. Okay. His chat was just celebrating trans people being banned from the military. Some were saying it inspired them to enlist. That's the funniest joke I've heard.
Honestly, please do. That's what I'll say.
Imagining a Asmongold fan in the military, that is hilarious.
Just go for it.
That's not happening. American military superiority in the okay. First of all, that's definitely not happening. Oh yeah, I was gonna join the military. The one thing that was stopping me is the trans people in the ranks. Okay, bud. Sure.
Have them die in training.
Okay. How about you take a shower
have them
first?
make it to training.
Okay, baby steps, big guy. Baby steps. Take a shower, maybe go outside, see the sunlight for once.
Outside.
And then you can consider these other big decisions, okay? I think these guys forget that, like, you can't just be a drone operator and be permanently transfixed on your couch where the leather has basically become your second skin, where you're just like melting into the couch, and then you use like your little Xbox controller to use the drones. You still have to do like military drills and stuff, even in the Air Force, the chair force. So I'm also saying he's not the biggest political commentator is crazy too. No, Asmongold 100% is the largest political commentator on this platform, which is interesting because that is precisely what people wanted. Not Asmongold personally. That wasn't Asmongold's wishes. I don't think he.
Oh God. we're reacting to Hassan, reacting to Asmongold, reacting to Hassan, reacting to Asmongold, say that like the Nazis but like burned books because they were written in Jewish. We're deep in the React Gate chat. Any deeper levels than this? We explode, Inception style. Is this the real level? Is the top still spinning, chat?
He he had a dream of being like the largest political commentator on the platform, but he did become it. It was, however, the wishes of many other people. Many other people, like I would say a lot of my naysayers on the liberal side. I won't even name them, but I'll name one of them, Sex Pestany, for example, in his community, consistently created allegiances and you know, used every moment that they could to disparage figures that they considered to be the true threat to liberal values. People like myself, people who have not strayed away from being anti-fascist even a little bit. Now, having said that, the misconstruing the point that you're saying they wanted another dissenting voice in lieu of you just bringing up his name, this is not a what? No, they wanted a dissenting voice. They got it. What do you mean? Unless you meant, oh, they only want one dissenting voice, and that dissenting voice is a sex pest and a serial harasser of virtually every content creator.
Did y'all see he's back now, apparently? And making like streaming and stuff, and like pretending that nothing's happening. And like his orbiters are back as well. Like his Ghislaine is like, I'm still gonna be collabing with him. And like Diddy Saltman is still like doing podcasts and stuff with him. And they're still talking about like Hassan.
That dares to you know,
I think he has a podcast. I mean, he stopped for a little bit, but like he's back doing stuff in his podcast. I think he took like a few weeks off. He was back since like the early February.
Is that what you're saying? Because that is what they were. Yes, that's what they wanted.
I will say, like, the fact that like a lot of people didn't know that he was making more content is probably for the best. You know what I mean? And maybe this will operate as a shift in Destiny's persona, so that his like rabid sycophantic audience does not go out and serial harass other people who do politics on Twitch. Like, hopefully they just stay over there and leave the rest of us alone. That would make me happy. I would appreciate that.
In that process of disparagement, there's a lot of you know, there's a lot of charitability that was cast aside for someone like myself, and luckily for all of those naysayers, there is a dissenting voice now. This is the dissenting voice they got. Real monkey's paw situation for them. I agree with you about post Asmon's rise. Once they realized the Frankenstein had been created, they've been relatively critical of him. Yeah, except they also do still cherish and celebrate when Asmongold takes pot shots against me, because a lot of these people, no matter how hard they act like they're liberals, still care about drama more, and they still care about disparaging content creators that they feel have wronged their intellectual titan. That's the thing about being in a cult-like community where you don't have like a real moral compass. Some do, certainly. They won't actually recognize what they've been doing nonstop, but you know, they got it. This is what they wanted for, and they got it. So I don't know why they're complaining. Now, the original comment came when Asmongold incorrectly said, where is it? It's on Twitter. Let's just pull back a little bit. I don't know why Asmongold was watching stuff about, I don't know why he was watching this, probably to...
Because he's a political commentator, Hassan, don't you know? He's the largest political commentator, so he has to talk about politics.
Fucking dunk on this like woke lib or whatever, but here's a person correctly talking about what the Nazis had done in terms of the first famous book burning that they engaged in, which was a library, a German library filled to the brim with medical research and data about trans people and queer people in general in Germany.
Remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences.
They did do that.
Correct. Asman is correct. Starts off good. Okay. Great. Good start. Okay. If the clip ends here, if it's a 12-second clip, you know what's really funny? If you clip Asmongold out of context, it sounds, normal and good. When you show additional context, it turns into the diametrical opposite, which is fun. Like from my ideological perspective, maybe not from others, but from where I'm standing, if someone had clipped this in the first 12 seconds, you're like, oh, good ending. Okay, great, cool. Which is ironic because my haters do that shit to me all the time, where they clip me out of context to make me assume positions that I don't have. And then when you watch the longer footage, you're like, oh, never mind. I actually totally got this wrong. So let's see what the rest of the context is, or what he continues to say after.
First, now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers, trans.
It's a bit of a like my understanding is that they burned them not because it was gender stuff, but because it was written in Jewish and not German.
Like, what I don't get is a few things. A lot of things I don't get. But like, dealing with this, Asmon says, from my understanding. What understanding? What understanding? Does he, like, Asmon has never portrayed himself to be like the most knowledgeable person. So why is he speaking as though like he is the most knowledgeable person? Like, because Asmon used to, like, and I don't say this about Asmon. Asmon used to say like, yeah, I don't know anything about this, right? Like, just go a year ago in Asmon's history, and he'll be like, yeah, I don't know anything about this, actually. But he's like kind of like Joe Rogan, and like the last thing that somebody says to him, he'll like, be like, okay, that makes sense. That's, yeah. But like, about Nazi stuff, he might be pretty knowledgeable. Fair. But like, here he's like, yeah, from my understanding, it's because it was written, I mean, he said it was written in Jewish. So like, how knowledgeable he actually is up in the air. But like, it feels like such a weird thing to like pretend to be knowledgeable about, right? It's such a weird thing to be like, yeah, I know a lot about like the Nazi book burnings, and they burned books because they were written in Jewish. Like, like, why is that where he's trying to purport his knowledge? It doesn't make sense to me. But like, none of this makes sense to me, bro.
This gets me every time. I'm sorry. Okay. Obviously, Jewish is not a language. And it certainly wasn't written in Hebrew because that came after. I mean, Hebrew existed as a language, but wasn't as commonly used until after the Israeli state was designed. What he might mean is Yiddish, but even then, it's most likely not the case. Okay, most likely not the case that these books were written in Yiddish. Okay, which I guess is technically Jewish German when you really think about it. But also, that was the argument that the Nazis had maintained, which was that this research, whether it be for trans people, whether it be queer people, is un-German. So why do you keep saying it absolutely could have not been Hebrew? Because Hebrew was not a commonly used language until before 1948. Like, I mean, it was most German Jews spoke German and Yiddish. And also, yeah, it's not an academic language anyway. No academic would write a book in Yiddish. Also, Yiddish is just a dialect of German, so it's more like some specific words in an entire language. Exactly. I've talked about this before in terms of like the linguistic wonders of the nationalist project of Israel that revitalized the language of Hebrew. Hebrew was not a vernacular language at the time. It was mostly, it was almost wholly liturgical. This is a liturgical language. It's like revitalizing Latin, okay? And then making it the common, the common language. So at that time, it was simply liturgical. It was a religious scripture, religious text, and it was not a commonly applied normal.
Claiming authority, Asmon is a total intellectual.
It didn't have normal.
Even that's not giving him more leeway.
Colloquial usage. This is something that Israel actually did in terms of revitalizing Hebrew and making it the nation state's language after 1948. This is why I say there was no way that it was written in Hebrew. Now, of course, Asmongold doesn't know any of this, okay? We're not, like, I'm trying to offer you additional context, and Yiddish in and of itself is basically a German language with, some, like, it's not a language that would be used in academic settings as a written language. It was
this is the insidious part about Asmon's ideology, because it's very easy to be like, oh, Asmongold is he's dumb, he's a stupid gamer, he doesn't know any of this, there's no reason to explain this to him or whatever. But that's why he's so popular. That's why he's so successful in his like propagandizing, right? In that he can just say things and hide behind the shield of, oh, I'm a gamer, I don't know anything, right? But he could also still further a right-wing ideology because he says things that are right-wing. And he gets disregarded because he's just a gamer. He's like, why do you take him seriously? Why does anybody see what he says or take him seriously? Like, people are taking him seriously, right? Like I got this a lot like a few months ago when I was talking about Asmongold, and people came in my chat and talking about like, why are you talking about Asmongold? Nobody takes him seriously, and now he's the most popular political commentator on the platform, the platform, right? Consistently talking about right-wing politics to like 40,000 people, you know? And he gets to hide behind a defense of like, oh, he's just a gamer, oh, he's dumb, while still espousing right-wing rhetoric to, you know what I mean, to his audience. He and H3 glorify the slot mentality and lifestyle. People really love that. So I meant everyone that Asmon used to work for the IRS. They don't just hire educated Higgs over there. Asmon does have some level of education.
German sounding, like a variant of German almost, if that makes sense. Again, Asmongold said neither. He just said it's written in Jewish, which is one, wrong in and of itself, completely wrong. I'm also offering to you.
His numbers are big enough. You have to take what he says seriously, even if it's not accurate. Yeah.
I'm also offering to you the additional context as to why it's wrong, giving you relevant historical data about the language of Hebrew and where it got to, and what kind of dialects that German Jews had used. Okay, Jewish is not a language.
People say, yeah, and this is why I was saying, and how we got so deep into arguing about whether or not Asmongold, you know, how he said, you know, Jewish, but how he meant Hebrew, and how that even that's not correct. He meant Yiddish, and even that's not correct. Like we get so deep into arguing about this, like the intricacies of how he's wrong in all these different ways, we lose out on the actual argument that like his base foundational argument is incorrect and historically revisionist, right? And Nazi apologia, right? But when we're so far and deep into explaining that, he's already said 5 different things. In the 5 or 6 minutes that we are explaining all of that he said about this one claim that's incorrect in this one sentence, right? He said 5 to 6 other things that we now have to spend another 5 to 6 minutes for each thing that he said, right? Debunking that. It's just, when you play propaganda, you have no education or background or grounds of what you're showing. You're showing propaganda. You aren't sharing historical context about anything. It's just lies and dumb false shit. Somehow Asmon worked for the IRS makes you respect his intelligence even less. That's pretty funny.
It is an ethno-religion. But also, last but not least, the Nazis were the ones who claimed that this was un-German. Specifically, a little-known guy by the name of Joseph Goebbels. So you don't have to apply their logic in the year 2025 when we already know that that was the wrong logic, right? The notion that like Jewish people are not German in 1934, 1935, 1938 was not correct. They were German. They were German Jews. Just like Jewish Americans are American Jews, and they're not a specific subsect of society. They're not like, you know, out there as a alien formation, as a separate group. Okay? So that's just something important to address, even though I never thought that it would be necessary to address.
And it was like a retaking of Germany for Germans. That was like the uprising of the Nazis. So it was like.
And you also notice how he says this, but he also doesn't say, and that was bad. You know? And that was not good.
Yeah, they were.
Uprising
I
is
think
crazy.
it probably might be
The
both.
context is crazy.
Circumstances, but like it was categorical for it not being written in German.
It was written in. Okay. The other part of this is that even if the books weren't written in the German language, which they were, but even if they weren't written in the German language, that would still be insane to just burn these books. Okay? Just so we're clear. See, the benefit of learning about history is so that we, of course, in theory, don't repeat the mistakes of the past. That's number one. Number two, the second benefit of
and what's very insidious about this is him saying like uprising or retaking. He can speak as though he's talking from the perspective of the Germans in the 1930s or whatever without co-signing it, but he doesn't offer any rebuttal. He doesn't offer any contextualization about how that was, an incorrect framing. He just repeats the lines that the Nazis said without ever saying this is what the Nazis were saying and it was incorrect. You know what I mean? And so he's operating as a mouthpiece for Nazis. Right? That would be like somebody saying, those slaves, those Africans, had like a bigger skull size, but a smaller brain, which under the system of phrenology meant that they were actually inherently subservient. It's like saying that instead of being like, okay, and that's what the white supremacists, the slave owners said to justify slavery, and those fuckers were racist and evil. Like that second part is kind of necessary. That second part about how that's what they believed and they were wrong is kind of necessary for doing historical analysis. Because if you don't do that second part saying, and that was bad and that was not good, you're just repeating the inherently inhuman claims that were made by evil people. You're just repeating that, and you should not be repeating that. You can do pushback for it, and then the defense is always, oh, I didn't say that black people had smaller brains but larger skull sizes and were physically superior and were basically made and evolved to do slave work. I didn't say that. But yeah, but you did not say that. You didn't push back on that. You just kind of made that claim and you let it sit there. So if somebody says hey, maybe this guy's a little bit racist, that's a bit interesting. It's a bit weird. Now you're restricting First Amendment rights. How is that a restriction of First Amendment rights? By saying, hey, if you're going to do historical analysis, you got to actually analyze the history. You can't just say the history. You can't just say the bad claims that people were making and then just leaving it at that. You gotta say, and that was not good. You have to explain why. You got to do the analysis part of the historical analysis, lest you come across as defending what they were saying. That's kind of important, maybe, in my personal opinion.
About history is that we don't have to assume the positions that the Nazi government took and take their marketing around the actions that they took for granted. We don't have to take it at face value, is what I'm saying. Isn't this general knowledge? Is he pretending? I mean, to be fair, I don't think a lot of people knew that the first book burnings that took place in Nazi Germany were queer research. I was not even familiar with this, around 6 years ago. That was the first time I found out about it. I don't think it's super commonly. I don't think it's super common knowledge.
I mean, it's something you hear if you're in queer spaces. Here's exactly what he's doing. I think that there is a world where it doesn't matter. That's my take. It doesn't matter if he knows what he's doing or not. It doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. It does not matter if he actually knows the reason why the Nazis burned queer research books, or if he thinks or if he misunderstands. It doesn't matter. His impact outweighs his intent. I think that the question from the chatter is dumb because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What matters now is that there's an audience that, is pro-Nazi that Asmongold is cultivating. And the way we're talking about Asmongold's intent about whether or not he cares or he doesn't care, or if he knows or if he doesn't knows, we're getting so far off of the actual root cause of or the root issue, and that is there's a Nazi audience that exists on this platform, and that one of the largest streamers on the platform is placating to it, right? Because he could always just say that he doesn't know, right? He could always say he doesn't know. He could always say, I actually didn't know that, right? He can always say, I was misinformed on that. Right? His intent doesn't matter because his impact is the same. And I don't think he cares what his impact is. That's the main problem.
Some people know. I think a lot of people in this community know. But I'm sure queer people know because it's queer history. But it's not. Regardless, it doesn't matter. What matters is the truth. What matters is learning. Okay? Learning about what actually took place. So I will repeat this once again. To claim that the Nazis actually burned
50,000 Nazi stream on Twitch. Yeah, because like he's anti-Assad. We've known this. We know this. Crispy XP, thank you for the Prime. Much appreciated. But yeah, like we know Ethan doesn't care about like Nazis on the platform. He's on YouTube, and Fresh and Fit are still on YouTube. If you're biggest asthma, you're no longer a guy talking to a camera. People are turning to you for info, someone to look up to. Even if you have 500 people. I mean, yeah. Pretty funny how the audience would call a Nazi book burning based on simultaneously say that Hassan and his community are anti-Semitic. It's pretty insane. Because again, there's no actual like ideology, not ideology, the Nazi ideology, but there's no. What am I trying to say? There's nothing there. You know what I mean? They just say whatever they can say to serve a specific point, essentially. You know what I mean? Like they don't believe like Hassan is anti-Semitic, and if they did, they'd be like, "Yeah, Hassan's great," right? There's nothing there. It's just what can we do to take down somebody that we don't like politically, and they can morph and shift to being anti-Semitic and not being anti-Semitic when it actually comes to like taking down Hassan or whatever. It doesn't, it's just, I don't even freaking know, bro. I don't know.
These books, because they were not German, is to assume that Joseph Goebbels was correct in his assessment that you have, let's say, like a 1930s style, 1930s German nationalist style of thinking, right? Take the Holocaust, for example. It would be akin to saying, well, the Jews that were sent to the concentration camps initially were not sent to the concentration camps on the virtue of being Jewish, but they were sent to the concentration camps on the virtue of being a parasitic force that was outside of the interests of German patriotism. Okay? Do you understand? It's technically not incorrect if your assessment is what the Germans were thinking at the time.
Yeah. This is exactly what I was saying about like the white slave owners, right? Understanding the thought process that, or the propaganda that an underlying, evil force was perpetrating in order to justify its horrific atrocities is not the same thing as presenting those claims to your audience as if they were fact. Right? You know what I mean? But there's a difference in saying, I'll say this like in a more contemporary sense. There's a difference in saying Palestinians are taught to kill at the age of 2 versus Israel says Palestinians were taught to kill at the age of 2. Those are not the same claim. They sound very similar. They have a lot of the same words. Presenting those to your audience are not the same thing, right? Because the first one sounds like you agree with it. The first one sounds like you are justifying, right, the genocide of Palestinians because they are taught to kill at the age of 2. The second one is actual truthful historical analysis by Israel, like perpetrating the rhetoric that Palestinians were taught by the age of to kill by the age of 2, right, as a way to justify the genocide against them. One is historical analysis. One is regurgitated propaganda. And Asmongold in this instance was not doing historical analysis. He was doing regurgitative. He was just regurgitating propaganda. There's a word there. I know that word exists. I couldn't say it. Does that make sense? There's a difference between those two claims. You know what? Yeah, you know the word.
Right? But it is incorrect if you are describing historical events in 2025. That was their claim. And there is historical relevance and importance to address what they were saying, as long as you don't relitigate the Nazi framing as though that is the appropriate position.
Regurgitate. Yeah.
Do you think a streamer's chat is a one-to-one reflection of that streamer's beliefs? Absolutely not. And the reason for why I will say that is because there are plenty of people who don't agree with me, who hate my guts, that come into this community all the time. There are hate raids that happen. I do, however, think that the streamer can try to do their very best within the limited confines of moderation
English is
to
hard.
make sure
100%.
that you know,
I don't agree with it.
chat
What do you
behaves a
mean?
certain
What part don't you agree with?
way or has certain opinions. Like a similar example is when I sometimes talk about, well, I talk about Israel all the time. And in the process of me talking about Israel, there are sometimes chatters who get a little ahead of themselves. Okay. And what do I do in that process?
I do agree with the idea that a streamer's chat is not one-to-one with a streamer's beliefs. However, the streamer has control over curtailing what beliefs are or overwhelming sentiment that exists in the chat. Right? There's a difference between disagreements between sects of leftism or sectarianism or whatever, and like somebody being like, "Oh, I'm a Marxist," and somebody being like, "Oh, I'm a social democrat" or whatever, even though they're not like leftist. Or I'm a democratic socialist. Like, there's a difference between that and somebody being like, "Oh, I'm a Nazi." That person gets banned. Somebody says I'm a Nazi in my chat is banned. That's you're out of here. You know what I mean? Somebody has Nazi beliefs, you're banned in my chat, right? Because I don't want that to be in my space. And so if you allow Nazis in your space, you know, while you may not be a Nazi yourself, you may not believe everything Nazis believes, you are fine with Nazis being in your space, and that is still worthy of criticism, even if it's not one-to-one what you believe, right? So I was thinking too much about his own chat, whereas we have one or two bad actors come in as haters, not an entire wall of Nazi apologia. But he's talking about, he was asked about streamers in general. You know what I mean? You're doing the same thing, but the opposite. You're talking only about Asmongold's chat. Well, the question was about, you know, a general concept. And to be fair, the question is not good faith. I will acknowledge that. But the question was about, you know, in general, do streamers or do any streamer's chat, is that one-to-one to what the streamer's beliefs are, right? Generally. And the answer is not necessarily, right? You can't look at a streamer's chat and then understand what their ideology is inherently. Not always. But you can infer that from what they allow in chat. For example, if somebody spams a bunch of Nazi stuff in my chat and you clipped it before it all gets deleted or whatever, like, well, it doesn't get through because of the auto mod, but like, if, for example, I didn't have an auto mod. Or if you go, if a small streamer with like 5 average viewers gets rated by like 30,000 people, and there's a bunch of Nazi stuff in the chat, and you clip that out and be like, haha, see, your chat's now a bunch of Nazi stuff. You must be a Nazi, right? I don't think that's necessarily, you know, fair or accurate. I don't think looking at somebody's chat is like the perfect way to encapsulate what a streamer's belief is. But if a streamer doesn't address that, if the 5 viewer streamer looked at the 30,000 people in their chat and say like, huh, look at a bunch of Nazis here, interesting, and then goes back to playing their game, like that you can use to infer their beliefs, right? They are fine with Nazis in your space. Again, go back to the Nazi bar example. If you are at a bar and a Nazi walks in and the bartender lets them be in there, right, and serves them, you can infer from that that it is a Nazi bar, or the bar is okay with Nazis. However, by the proxy of the Nazi being in the bar itself does not inherently mean the bar is a Nazi bar if it then is followed by the Nazi getting kicked out. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So in general, right, in general, like the streamer's chat is not always a direct one-to-one comparison to what the streamer believes, but it is a good way to tell what a streamer will allow to be said in their community that they're fostering. I think some streamers will adapt to the beliefs of their chat if they have good, getting good metrics. I don't want to alienate the viewers regardless of the views. Streamers don't give a shit. Clearly, he doesn't. I mean, that's true.
On their names, I pulled them to the public square, and I give them a hefty little ban.
Like he understands it's hard to moderate a big chat. Relating that's in a space that actually makes efforts where Adam doesn't even, for a moment, take a try to moderate. I mean, we can look at what Hassan is actually saying here, because we haven't even gotten his take yet. Asmin does block the people who say that thing like that, though. No, he didn't. They were saying W Nazi and they weren't banned for over a day. What do you mean, chatter? We looked at this like last stream. The people who were saying like W Adolf or W Nazis or whatever and saying based to this, it took over a day to be banned. Are they banned now? It took over a day for them to be banned. So Asmongold saw his chat saying based, W Nazi, and W Adolf and was fine with it until it got, clipped out and put on freaking Twitter or whatever, or LSF or whatever it was put. And then it got banned over a day later. Over a day. More than a day? I've literally been saying over a day later, like consistently. I've literally have been saying over a day later since I started talking about this. Yes, it was more than a day. I literally said over a day. Like that's what over a day means. It means more than a day. Chatter is bad faith. He's banned in a few streams. Well, hopefully now the chatter was in here and now he learned that like it took over a day for them to be banned.
To make sure that
you say it was a longer period than 24 hours. You're right. I should have been more clear.
Chat behaves a certain way or has certain opinions. Like a similar example is when I sometimes talk about Israel all the time. And in the process of me talking about Israel, there are sometimes chatters who get a little ahead of themselves. Okay,
I was going to watch this first.
Somebody tried to say that once. Somebody tried to say on Twitter that Twitch chat is a reflection of the streamer. So if you have a horrible chat, it's because you're a horrible person. Huh? No. I don't eat ass. Just because you guys talk about it doesn't mean I do. Somebody tried to say that once.
True.
And what do I do in that process? I click on their names, I pull them to the public square, and I give them a hefty little ban. This is what is known as pushback or housekeeping. Ironically enough, there are plenty of people that still turn around and say, I don't do any of that, as a matter of fact. I'm the most anti-Semitic community of all time. But in any case, they will use the clip of you saying moderating the chat is hard. Yes, I know they will. And I will explain that position once again, as I have done time and time again, which is that there is only so much moderation you can do if someone, for example, if Asmongold came up to me right now and said, hey, Hassan, your chat is calling me a Nazi sympathizer. Right?
Asman has been cultivating this for years, not banning people for having racist, sexist opinions, but banning people for having opposing views. I was banned in his chat several times over the years. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Right. And so I don't believe this. I don't believe that just having a chat that's off color, not talking about Asmongold, his chats are Nazis, but like in other streamers' chats, having a chat that's like, maybe a bit more aggro than the streamer is like, for example, Tens, the Valorant streamer. Tens' chat is some of the most toxic Valorant, losers you will ever see, because Tens is like one of the most popular Valorant players. Tens is not like that. Tens is super chill, down to earth, totally normal person. Right? I don't think that the Tens' chat is representative of the way Tens is as a person, or Tarek's chat is representative of the way Tarek is as a person. Right? But when people go too far, like I would see Tarek moderate his chat, clean it up. Like when Clove came out as an agent, and people were just super aggro about Clove being non-binary, using they them pronouns. Like you saw a couple bands come through. You feel me? You saw bands come through. And so it's the chat itself being bad does not mean, or does not necessarily inherently mean that the streamer itself is bad, but it is indicative of if a streamer is able to moderate that thought. And if they don't moderate that thought, you can kind of assume that that's what they agree with, Because the difference is it matters more if you're going to have interactions back and forth with your chat and not address them, or major sentiment being shown. That's when it's a reflection. Yeah.
I would say to Asmongold what I told Ethan at the time a long time ago, which is that
also Gremlo, you think Gremlo is band happy, bro? I am infinitely more band happy than Gremlo is, dog. Gremlo has people in his Yo, I was talking to him, Chachki. Chill. Chill. My mods are being happy. My mods are insanely being happy. Thought it was you? No, I was literally talking to them and then their name just disappeared. I was like, dang, that's crazy. Anyway, what I was saying was Graham has some people in his community that I don't have here. Cause I will ban people just for off vibes. I'm gonna be real. Just off vibes. They get clapped. So actually not true. I was a head mod for 3 years. The philosophy was talking Twitch chatter, get the racist takes and then ban. Yeah, I know. I ban immediately. What is my hello test? It's kind of weird. What time I was in bans for sure? No, I should have banned people. Like, I think I cleared out my ban appeals like a week ago. How many do we have now? Let me check real quick. We have 9 more. In the span of like 10 days. It was like a ban a day. Man, we're kind of crazy. We're kind of crazy. Yeah, we're pretty ban happy here. Ban the non-believers, true. Wait, what? What is this person talking about? What? This person's insane. Okay, you guys want to see some ban appeals? Maybe we can do this later. Maybe we can do this. We can do it later. But like, one of these is crazy. Okay, there's only 9 of them, so there's not that many of them. But oh, okay. I know why this person got banned. I've been in Ground's community for years, and I've only been banned once for a few hours for being pissed at some nerd while debating back and forth when he had like 60 viewers. Let's see Cybeast's appeal. Cybeast's appeal isn't here. Anyway, this is one. That there's Nazi threats outside of Germany in the present doesn't make sense. Any contemporary Nazi is not a Nazi. They're just jokes. What makes a person a Nazi? Because Nazis are a thing of the past. These people are just clowns. None are Nazis that are clowns. Nazis were long time ago. And so I banned this person. I know Chachki banned this person because they were, saying Nazis don't exist. Yeah, I'm not that bad. Why did I get banned? I just gave my opinion on the topic that was being talked about. That was being talked. I think maybe my message was misinterpreted and there's no reason to ban me. Just in case, I don't support Nazi ideology. I recently found this channel. I really enjoy the streams. So it's sad I got banned. And the only time he's coming here is to defend Nazis. Excuse my ignorance, but why do black people say the N-word? Honestly, if it was just this, I would unban him. Honestly, that's funny. That's comedy, right? But what makes a person Nazi? I thought it meant you support Hitler, and he is long time dead. Does doing the Nazi salute make you Nazi? It's ridiculous. We're still talking about Nazis in 2025. Like, yeah, this guy's a Nazi. This guy's a Nazi. So we're gonna deny this person. Away, Nazi. Away. Denied. These chatters who want Hassan to be more aggro can become that themselves. And they started arguing with other chatters. And this person said, I agree that once someone exposes themselves as a Nazi, you have to call that out. Agree with you, but if you call him out, then if you call him, oh, this is about Asmongold as well. Agree with you, but if you call him out then, and they're still calling him out now, who's checking him? Exactly, so you were just yelling into a tunnel at this point. Let's try other methods than yapping. Then I banned him, because he was like, because I said, I've been calling out Asmongold for years. He's like, oh, where has that gotten you? So I banned him because he was annoying. Sean, he's a real one. I understand why you got upset. Instead, I said he was just yapping. I don't chat that much on Twitch. But I'm sick. I got banned the day he's playing Night Rain. I'm gonna shut up next time. Okay, to be fair, he's a gaming viewer. He's a gaming viewer. Oh, see, they were being annoying. They were being annoying. There's a chance, in my opinion. Gaming buff, true. Automatic unban, not automatic unban. Some gaming viewers are iffy. Unban. Sorry you missed Night Rain. We'll play when it drops. He unfollowed, but maybe he'll be back. Welcome back. Unbanned. Oh, this person just linked the Diddy Saltman link. Oh, they were banned 10/23/2024. Go to gaming here. What do you play? Everything. And then he only just did his unban request like 6 days ago. Didn't mean to paste the link. My apologies. Yeah, that's a deny. Away, Diddy Jeer. Away. Did I mean 100% meant it? Yeah. It is a horrible defense, too. Denied. Oh, this was about okay, this guy caught me on a bad day. Caught me on a bad day. This is about Ole. What did Ole do? You ain't the only one, young blood. Slow your roll. And then I banned him. And then his defense is, I was just chilling, gang. This came out 10 days ago. He got banned over 2-3 months ago. Like, does he even remember what he was doing? I believe him. Free him. He does have 99 plus chat logs. No mod comments. $999 plus messages. He was just chilling. Unbanned. I don't know. I don't even why I banned you. But it was probably deserved. Welcome back, though. Unbanned. What is this? Oh, this man happened 2-9. Oh, this was like 10 days ago. It's not an example of Ethan being a Nazi. It's another example of Ethan being dumb. In our ban requests, we like this stream. Been following for 5 days. Ethan coverage. Yeah, it's like Ethan viewer. Really like Ethan hater. But also like, you know, Katie banned it because of the username. So, I'm ready for Ethan defenders. I agree. Bad vibes. Oh, can you ask the full clip? Oh, this is another Ethan defender. Can you watch the full clip? You might understand Dan's point here. Well, it's a comedy podcast. And he was saying that, like, what's it called? Ethan, he said Ethan did never claim to be a comedian. And I was like, he very clearly did claim to be a comedian. And then I played the clip and he was like, stand-up comedian? Did he claim to be a stand-up comedian? And then he said, just hold up though. This is here because you won't watch the gesture clip. Can you not read? Yeah, he was doing the Nazi salute. Yeah, he was doing the Nazi salute, but just watch the whole clip of him doing it, not Zayner's TikTok. And I was like, we watched the entire clip. He was like, the whole clip? And I was like, yeah, the whole clip. You know? And your issue is that he shouldn't do it? And I was like, yes. And he's like, exactly. And he's agreeing with that, even though he did the salute. Oh my God, what is this freaking link? You've posted like 7 different times. Okay, it was only 2 times. Too many times. John can't read. I mean, to be fair, I cannot read. This is fair. No, I'm not a Nazi for having a differing opinion. What a lovely discussion we could have. Denied. Away, Nazi. Defender. Away. This is Lion Cactus. This is a full-throated Ethan defender as well. I banned him for saying please next topic. I hate next topic people. I'm not a fan. He did write a lot though. I was all for the moving on. I felt like last stream I was on, you were thinking that I was an Ethan stan because I was saying a minor slice of what his video had valid criticism and that was worth addressing. I am no Ethan stan. I just want the next topic, hop on Asmon's stream and peep on him promoting fascism and Islamophobia and glazing Elon Musk. Yeah, fuck Ethan for peddling Zionism so hard, but Dale did not care about his losses or rewatching him humiliate himself on stream. Denied. My stream. My content. Go elsewhere. Denied. Oh, this is another. We banned a lot of Ethan defenders, honestly. This is another Ethan defender. It's disheartening listening to opposite perspective of Ethan's content of Hassan. The amount of points taken at surface level without understanding what he's trying to bring to light is truly saddening. How dare Ethan try to discuss the fact that Hassan is a terrible person promoting anti-Semitism, right? Wonder how the conversation would be different if it was related to other forms of racism and hate instead of anti-Semitism. This is the front page of Twitch's Black Excellence at its finest. Well, he did say he's Black Excellence at its finest. Denied. This is a Twitch endorsed broadcast that you can no longer join. LOL. Someone said that before. I'm having deja vu. Somebody else did say that before. Maybe it's a new thing that they're trying. Denied. Now this one is interesting. This one is interesting. Is Katie even here? I honestly love this. Thank you, chatter. She's in class. Either remove the VPN sponsor off the Hassan Nick video. Yeah, we saw that when it happened. Maybe chatters are so insane. This was a whole community band. Yeah, I want Katie. Oh, let's see if Katie was here to talk about it. We'll go into the mod comments in a second. But if Katie was here, I want to know Katie's thought process on it. We'll look at the mod comments. This is the one that made me wanted to do this one actually as well. Because Young Black Economist, I believe, is another streamer, but they've been a chatter in here for a long while. They have like, okay, not 99 plus messages, but they were a 5-month subscriber. They were in here for quite a bit, like super early in the stream's career. But it was like a random ban on the 1st of January 2024. So it was over a year ago. And I feel like this unban request is new. Because I remember doing unban requests already, and this one didn't show up here, but maybe I'm just confused. They went on a tirade in a lot of places. So, okay, should we start with the mod comments or should we start with the unban requests? Because it is quite insane. It says 4 months ago. It does say 4 months ago, but we literally looked at this. Like, we did unban requests like 2 weeks ago. And this one wasn't even here. The Grant talks about them and they have legitimate mental health issues. It's gonna be how he thinks that will get him unbanned. So what Katie put harassing Arun and his Twitch community. This was in November of 2023. And I think let me see. Let me go back and just see. Oh, I can do this. Wait, this is the same thing. Gosh darn it. Can I do this instead? Copy. Yeah, it's so much better. I just want to see if they were banned before. Oh, this is great. This is when VCC TV was still in here before I banned them. But I don't think so. He's bobbing around a bunch of different streamers trying to get them to harass Arun. If I recall correctly, I think like they talked about Arun in the messages as well, or maybe not. I know the mod comment was like, "This is currently still happening. They are still with on it with streamers in the sphere." Really? I mean, this is one. I think it was like in Arun's chat that Katie had, and it says, "Oh no, please stop pretending that as if you aren't some of the most anti-black racist people around." I don't know what this was about. I have no clue what the context is here. But the comment was, weird. It said, "Why am I banned here? You're on the Title IX violator supporter train as well." I don't even know what this is referring to. Maybe not to touch that shit. Well, I'm touching it because it's the unban request, and it's such an interesting message. You're on the Title IX violator supporter train as well. That guy has lost a chance to get tenured, Professor Q. Like, I don't even know what this is. Good luck if you ever try to get into grad school, buddy. Like, I don't even know who this is referring to. Like, Hopefully your application never comes across my desk. That guy ruined his career and in return gets me banned in a bunch of Twitch chats. Like none of these words are in the Bible. Professor Q thing, Sean, you have no idea. I don't have any idea. Like, are they threatening you? I don't know. I'm not a professor. I have no idea. I have no clue. Part of me wants to unban them for the content. Don't do it, Kendrick. They put the unban request in. But they aren't content. They are kind of scary. I mean, they don't scare me. Katie's gonna ask them the second she sees this. I mean, probably. I have no idea about like first of all, I'm gonna talk to other communities, talk to other streamers, this is not content. Why do they want to be unbanned here? To be fair, I'm gonna be real. I don't think they want to be unbanned here. Right? They didn't even say I'm sorry in their unban message. They just said you're on the Title IX violator supporter train as well. Like I don't sound like the villain riddle. It does sound like the villain riddle. Yeah, nobody said no. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry for what I did or did not do. Sometimes I don't even know what they're talking about. It's mad weird. It is mad weird. Weaponizing Title IX is so wild, not gonna lie. They're demanding you say sorry. What did I do? They've been crashing out on a number of leftist streamers for a long time. There's some games stalking level shit from what I've seen. But it's crazy because like they were like normal. You feel me? But to be fair, like you must unban. That's not the case. I'm not unbanning them, right? But I do find it relatively interesting because like they were banned in January 1st, 2024, but only did their unban request 4 months ago on October 9th, 2024. So it took them 10 months to even realize they were banned here. You know what I mean? So like, they're not like my comments. We already read the my comments. So we're not like losing anything by not having them here in the first place. Everyone's very charitable for any Twitch chatter. Yeah. Use similarly named stock accounts too. Okay, send me that. I want to see if they've chatted in here with like stock accounts. I follow them on Twitter. They seem normal. I did for over a year before they started erratic posts. I have no idea what you are talking about, but I wish you well and a good therapy session. Smiley face. We're going against the grain here, say that we should leave them banned for being an economist and no other reason. Yeah. Is this another the right paradigm? I don't think that was his name. I would be real, but no, I think paradigm is different. Paradigm just harassed me, right? Young Buck Economist was harassing other people, and that's the reason why they're not getting unbanned, right? You don't harass my friends and get away with it. You know what I mean? And think you allowed in my space, right? I mean, you could chat all you want about me, but like, leave my friends alone. So If they're YouTube and they're not doing well. Okay, now you can't say that because now I'm freaking curious. Yeah, I have no idea who they're talking about. I'm gonna be real. But my message is very clear. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I wish you well in a good therapy session. That is it. That is all. I think that's all the requests. No more bans. No more unbans. Use me as a sacrifice? Nah, it's fine.
What in the hell is happening?
That's how I feel, bro. I have no clue, bro. I have no idea what is happening. I have no idea what is happening.
If you walk like a duck and quack like a duck, there's only so much moderation I can do to stop people from assuming you're a duck.
Honestly, I'm gonna be real. My drama is so much funnier. All right. I was gonna say that I'm drama free, but no, I had my own stint of drama. In the leftist space. But mine is so much more fun. You know what I mean? Good luck with tenure, buddy. We would never do drama here. Watch the Elon Trump interview? No. You mind activating subtitles? Oh, I can.
Okay, just so you understand, that was the point that I was making, which was, of course, clipped out of context as well, because many people don't actually want to have a real conversation, but instead want to speak in, 12-second increments. I hope that much is clear as well. There's only so much moderation one can do in terms of making sure that chat reflects.
He was in Paradigm chat trying to get him to beef with the rune. Okay, that's kind of funny though.
Certain set of values when people are still individuals that can make up their own mind about certain issues, and many do, and a lot of people actually yell at me in my community for having opinions that they don't align with or don't agree with. This happens all the time. This is why there are millions of compilations out there of me yelling at my chat all the time. Okay, like when you cried to XQC, am I right? Yeah. So that's another good point actually. Here's one thing you can do, which is not actively claim that a person is snaking you and lying to you when all evidence actually shows the exact opposite.
You see this disgusting tweet from Rouse yesterday? Yeah, I have it open. It's right here. We're gonna go with this next. And on Assange chat, if you're having bad vibes doing drama, it's just there's so many people there that like it's hard to wrangle in, and so some people just go like so insanely off the deep end that they can never enjoy good drama. You know what I mean? They can never enjoy the drama for it being drama. They always want to be like, oh, we should go and like harass this person. Oh, we should do this and we should do that and you should sue this person. I'm just like, no, just enjoy the drama. Just absorb it. Just laugh at the funny content, okay? They can never do that. They're either too woke or too parasocial or both.
If you're comparing like someone very deliberately and very specifically portraying another content creator as a hate, as a beacon of hate for all things wrong in society, or especially in your community, that's a little bit different in terms of like demanding some semblance of moderation. I'm glad that we're understanding that different dynamics do exist and that you can't actually rob conversations from the nuance that it deserves. I'm glad that we are finally at that stage. Your boy XQC was crying about not having friends. I wonder why. I mean, this person I don't even think cares about XQC all that much. I think this person is probably just a hater of mine. Ironically enough, like I don't think he said that to defend XQC. I think he said that specifically because he's seen that clip and he thinks it's a good own. All right. A person I know watches Asmon and he questions all the simple shit and thinks Hassan is weird. And I asked him why he watches Asmon even though he's a loser. And he said it's because he's funny. He said he just likes asking questions. And I told him he sounds ignorant in the way that he questions shit that he can look up himself.
In my opinion, maybe it's because I'm a baby and can't handle extremely large Twitch chats. I mean, sometimes I like seeing my message get lost in the chat, right? But I can't even do that anymore because if I type a message in Hassan's chat, even when I was going super fast, somebody will catch my name and reply to me. And then other people will start replying to me. And it becomes a whole thing. You know what I mean? Just let me post in peace, please. And sometimes I'll turn off my badge to try to type or whatever, and then somebody will at me be like, "Where's your partner badge? Did you get departnered?" And I'm just like, "No, I don't want to be noticed. Okay, I just want to chat. I just want to type." Sorry, we like you. Sometimes I want to be unnoticed. Okay, type for an alt account. Yeah, I'm about to get out, but I get ads on my alt account. On my main account, I have Twitch Turbo, so I don't get any ads. Unhinged things in chat, let me disappear. Yeah, last time I say unhinged things, people are like, "Oh, why would you say this? How could you say this?" You know what I mean? Why would you say this about Pokey? I'm just like, let me relax, please, please, please. Everything you're cool and stuff.
And he just repeats what he hears in season clips, self-admittedly too.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't even look it up.
A lot of people do this. People in this community do this as well. But I try to do.
Honestly, I saw this. Now I don't trust ChatGPT analyzers, but like I don't put it past Ethan to do this. But we'll get to this in a second.
My very best to at least make sure that you come in here, whether you're a hater or not, you come in here, whatever your intentions are, you leave learning a different perspective. You know what I mean? You talk about Stalin, there are a lot of W's in the chat. Yeah, exactly. No, that's great example. Yes. Yes, 100%. I think you probably mentioned that as like an own or whatever, but yeah, no, that's a great example. 100%. This is the difference. Like I don't have a fear of showcasing like socialist iconography or defending certain aspects of previous formations of socialist governance. Like there is plenty of criticism that is appropriate for Stalin, obviously. But in terms of, especially in the context of Nazi Germany, yeah, no, that is a W Stalin moment, you know? That's a W Easy Company moment. That's W to the United States of America. And that's a certain W for Stalin as well in terms of ridding the world, at least for a brief moment, of the Nazi scourge. Big fan. Greetings from Vienna. Nice. Okay. W England moment too, sadly, is true.
I mean, yeah, it is true.
I hate
it is a W
recognize
England
that
moment.
especially, but yeah, it is true.
Yeah.
That's a W England moment too. As far as all of this goes, like this is exactly
W
what I
anybody
warned
who fought the Nazis. Like it's like not a crazy thing. Like, yeah, if you fought the Nazis, you did a good thing. You were on the correct side of history. Like, this isn't crazy. This is not an insane take. The Nazis were bad. They were evil. And they were committing heinous atrocities against pretty much every population they could find. And they say about W Norway.
Time and time again saying that if you allow, if you even
England, but they were all right for fighting the Nazis. Highest praise for England will ever get from me. Yeah.
Edgy jokes, even whether you agree to it or not, edgy jokes that kind of, you know, make Nazis feel comfortable, you will develop an entire chat that says W based when talking about how Nazis were engaging in book burnings of you know, queer people in general.
Not so much England, the U.S. who went and reaped the war benefits. They were still against the Nazis, somewhat. You know what I mean? There were troops on the ground who fought the Nazis. They get at least critical support. You know, they get a portion of the W. Maybe just one of the lines.
And of course, that's the first stage of this process, because what comes next, if
you
you are familiar with history, is then taking some of that research, finding who the gay people were or who the trans people were in German society, and then branding them with a pink triangle, and then sending them to the death camps and killing them. And that's what happened. Okay? It's kind of the real reason why you learn about the history of Nazi Germany. It's a reason why we have an entire field of study dedicated almost specifically to the Holocaust. Okay? There are entire fields of study surrounding genocides in general, but there's also Holocaust studies as well. And the purpose of learning about the Holocaust is so that we understand how nationalism manifests, what the conditions look like, and understand that there are certain markers when a society is moving in that direction. And the reason why you learn about this is so that you don't repeat these mistakes, right? He wants to debate. Can you take it? Yeah, of course. I would love to talk to Asmongold about this and specifically educate his community on the matter.
True. Like, again, I think that like I think people are very harsh on like Hassan being like, you're not neat enough to Asmongold, but a situation where like Hassan can talk to Asmongold and like try to unradicalize the members of the community that aren't full-throated Nazis, or the people who don't know and only have like Asmon's ideology as like their education system. You think, maybe the Nazis did kill or did burn books because they were written in Jewish, right? Like, if you can just explain to them that like that wasn't true, you know what I mean, and how that's not true, I think it could be useful in certain instances as well, right? I just hate Asmon being in our little area. I mean, I get it. Like, I also do not like it. But I can understand Hassan's role there. You know? I can understand Hassan's role there. And I can also understand that I would not be good in that role. Right? That's not my role. My role is different. Right?
Person just keeps asking, can you explain to me what the Druze people, who they are? Bro, please, time and place. But in terms of this conversation and where it's moved on, I believe article about how queer victims were erased from the Holocaust narrative. What is happening to my freaking, nothing works. I want to see what Asmon has to say. There is literally no reason to go to school, study political science. It's not. Hey, congratulations to the DGGers, okay? DGGers, you did it. #1 political commentator on the platform. Still,
Hassan is really getting upset about this #1 political commentator.
I'm not. Listen, it's the world that they wanted to see. He is the #1 political commentator.
The point is to bring people over there. From over there, technically should want more people from his crowd to be in our area in good faith. I don't care to have them in our area, honestly. They don't need to be freaking socialists. I just want them to be less Nazi. That would be a net good in my opinion. You know what I mean? I don't need Hassan, and it's maybe the difference. Like, I don't need Hassan to go over there, take Asmon's audience, and then take them away from Asmongold and bring them over here, right? All he needs to do is go over there to that audience and say, hey, just so you know, these are something that Asmongold was incorrect on. Nazism is bad. And they're like, maybe Nazism is bad. And then he can leave. And like, they're going to still exist as a right-wing audience, but maybe they'll be less Nazi, right? They won't be over here harassing us in our space while being Nazis still. But there will be just less Nazis over there, And I think that's net good, right? No Nazis over here, less Nazis over there, net good. And better than no Nazis over here and Nazis over there. Like, in my personal opinion. Barslow is just saying Nazis are bad, yeah. And maybe they'll internalize that. Maybe people forget that Hassan is truly the most starry-eyed everyone has, so I just can't have a good heart. And B, Hassan reach is massive, and being kind actually has the chance to work and reach and change people versus someone smaller with less reach, whose charity may, at best, piss off their base, to be honest. I mean, sure. Right? But I can also, again, still acknowledge that I don't want them in my space. You know what I mean? I think charitability is good, but I don't think it should come at the cost of the people who are in the space. And that's my take. And my take will never change on that. Right? When you craft a space and you're like, okay, this space is supposed to be a safe space for marginalized people, and then you allow Nazis in because, like, with the idea to change their mind, like, that I don't think is good. And I think that there are creators who do stuff like that. I think Destiny is a creator who does stuff like that. I think Vosh is a creator who does stuff like that, who, like, crafts an audience that is supposedly a space for marginalized people, right? But then, like, you have like a little tavern, a bar for like marginalized people, and then you allow Nazis in because you intend to like change their mind with how cool marginalized people are. Like, sick, awesome, amazing. You are now putting the same marginalized people in your, in your tavern, in your bar, at risk by being around the Nazis, right? And that there's a balance between allowing people in who may not believe what you believe, but not allowing them to hurt the people in your bar. So sure, if you want to have Nazis in your bar or right-wingers in your bar to change their mind, that's sick, but you need to do the work to hire security and bouncers to protect the marginalized people who are already there from those same Nazis. So if the Nazis started, causing trouble, you pause, you put the brakes on them, right, to protect those same people while also helping them unlearn their ideology. Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I don't think he allows it in his community, but would be open to talking to those people personally. Yeah, I think that's why I don't have a problem with Hassan specifically. Where I do have a problem with like Vosh, that's why I left Vosh's community to come to Hassan's community, because I don't think Hassan has a tolerance for allowing that rhetoric in his community. Whereas I think that Vosh did. Like Vosh was a part of the tactical bigotry to like attract those demographics, saying the N-word to, bring those right-wingers in to show that he's so super edgy and stuff, I didn't like that. As a black person, I did not feel safe in that community because the leader of that community was dropping slurs to bring in edgy white kids because that's what his focus was, right? He put the people in his community at risk, right? The marginalized people at risk by allowing his space to be overrun with people who were saying slurs and stuff. You know what I mean? And I didn't feel like Hassan did that. And so that's why I joined Hassan's community. And I've been here for like 50 months now. He's like Professor Flowers? Yeah. It also becomes an issue when people's community consists of a bunch of ex-Nazis who haven't really changed that much. Even if they want to change, it takes a long time to unlearn a lot of that behavior. Yeah. It's great that Hassan uses his privilege to platform to educate and make people do better. But we can't expect everyone to have the energy or capacity to do that. That's true. What in ever living is a tactical slur? Oh, you don't know? Okay, I have to show you. Where's it at? This is an example of it, but this is part of it. Oh, trigger warning for Vosh, by the way. Oops. And there's a lot of instances of him defending using the N-word. Why are there so many of them?
Hey, Matt.
Here. The context is he's debating like a fascist, white nationalist, Nazi guy or whatever.
You realize they were N-words in the SS,
dude.
right?
You can just say niggers.
Oh jeez, I didn't see. This is the original clip. This is not the bleeped one.
Whew. Wow.
Oh,
that's a little bit hot
God.
for me.
Oh,
but...
God. Oh, oi, mate. Oh, he said the word. Oh, God.
I got him. I broke his brain.
You realize they were N-words in the SS,
dude.
right?
You can just say niggers.
Like it's And this was his response. In this video, I drop an N-bomb. Big one. Hard R. I did this to show my interlocutors that their language does not impress me, that their slurs do not frighten or disarm me. You can see from the reaction that it worked. They were clearly taken aback. It was a power move, which I am entirely unashamed of, but I understand how this language might have upset some of you. This is an example of what I would call invocation of a slur's power for good, but that is a subjective judgment. I invite you all to discuss in the comments, critically or otherwise. Here's this video.
Hey, Matt. Vosh is about to defend saying the N-word. I have defended saying the N-word before.
I said it on the kill stream. I posted a comment in the section defending it. I stand by my use of the N-word in that respect. They mad?
And then you have
You realize you
not this one. And then you have this one where he just defends saying it in private, like.
When I'm alone with my girlfriend at night, when we're like high or whatever, I occasionally say the N-word. I say it with a hard R. Do I look like a fucking bitch to you? Do you think I would puss out on a joke that could be funnier if I went the full mile? Of course not. Well, everyone who's saying yikes in the chat can go fuck yourself right now. If you unironically think that me just saying the N-word alone with my girlfriend in a non-racist context is like yikesy or problematic, then you believe in witchcraft. You believe that the N-word is a magical spell that you cast with your mouth that makes the world worse somehow. It's a very stupid take.
So yeah. That's Vosh, in case, for those of you who don't know. I've used to be a fan. I mean, I used to be a fan. Like, Vosh is the person who introduced me to, like, socialism. You know what I mean? Not, like, directly socialism, but, like, to, like, leftism in general. Right? I was a freaking liberal, and I was like, I want to know, like, I hate liberals, and I hate conservatives. And then I got a TikTok of Vosh talking about, like, leftism, and I was just like, oh, leftism is a thing, or whatever. Right? And I was like, cool. Sick. And then I watched Vosh for, like, a total of, like, 2 months. Right? Until he dropped like the hard R N-word in a video that I watched. And I was like, oh, maybe this community is not good for me. Right? And then he defended it multiple times. Like, I was like, oh. Were you a fan of PF discussions? I don't even know what that is, honestly. Like, and so I left and I was like, no, thank you. Right? And then I like a week later after I like stopped watching Vosh, I got recommended a Hassan TikTok. And I remember seeing like Hassan and Destiny in like the same conversation. And I was like, well, I don't want to go to Destiny's community because Destiny also says the N-word. And Hassan collaborates with Destiny. And I was like, I don't want to go to Hassan either. But then I took a chance on watching Hassan because then like I learned that Hassan and Destiny weren't friends. And then I just stayed watching Hassan. And I watched Hassan for like, it was like 9 months. I like watched him on and off. And I followed and subscribed to him until he like caught wind of my coding thing and then VIP'd me. So I was like, okay, now I'm stuck here. Now I'm stuck here. Was Hassan saying it at the time too? I didn't see it. And Sean came in my chat, Bessie. True. I got introduced to the song by my because my buddy watched him and recommended me the game Hades at the time Hassan was playing it. 115 I rated him and I just stayed. To this day, people call French Flowers a black Nazi and I feel bad for them. Yeah. Like, oh, that reminds me of my first soiree into drama. Chat, do you remember? Do you remember for people who were here over like almost 2 years ago now? In like July or June of 2023. My first very, very good day of viewership was like 2 months after I started streaming and I had like 500 viewers. Let me see if I can find it.
I was about to go get that penny.
Silent 612 _ gifted a tier 1 sub to bomb _ lefts.
Sound thank you for the gifted sub. Also, we're ranked 2,000 in the world right now, chat. It's kind of crazy. Oh, is it dark in here for anybody else? Is it just me? Oh, okay, I look fine. Let me see. It was. Where's it at? Was it here? I don't remember. Maybe it wasn't 500 viewers. Maybe I'm being exaggeratory. Was it this one? I don't remember what. At some point in wait, let me check. I can find out exactly what it was, because I have a thing that I can tell. Community pro manager. Oh, it just says 2 years ago. Wait, May 21st. Okay, so it was actually in May. Yeah, okay, it was my first stream that I've ever done with over 100 viewers. This stream. And it was about... This is not 0 days without a plane crash again. There's another plane crash. It was about, for those of you who may or may not know, Shark.
Gosh, I really feel
Shark is another political commentator. This is when I had a sub goal of 100 total subs, which is kind of crazy. And I had like, how many followers did I have? Not a lot of followers, but it was my biggest stream so far. Yeah, we'll get to this in a second. We'll get to the Arizona plane crash in a second. I used to watch Shark. I haven't seen Shark in a minute. I don't even know if Shark still streams. I didn't follow it till a lot later, but I remember watching that and learning a lot of shit. Yeah, but basically what it was, again, I want to preface this by saying no beef or drama to Shark. I don't know what Shark is up to. But this is when Shark was defending Vosh.
Auto tune have a black
on some bad takes that Vosh had. Hasanabe Industries was here.
Asked it on Twitter. What's controversial? Oh, black people don't deserve to have rights.
Oh, back old auto-tune. Old auto-tune. Back in the day. Panda was here. Who's that, Mitch?
Auto-tune have it blasted on Twitter.
Mitch was here too.
What's
1 month sub? Man, it's crazy. Here.
I don't give two flying flips what they say. And also, I don't cater my talking points to allies. Allies are allies because they are not the topic of discussion. They're not the point. You are an ally because you believe in the cause of, the humanity of black people, the humanity of trans people, what have you. You feel me? That's why you're an ally, right? You're not an ally so you get to have your voice heard. Your voice isn't heard in these spaces. Your voice isn't necessary in these spaces.
I mean, I was correct on that. True. Also, I think there was a Denims mention here before Denims even knew who I was.
I just unfollowed Denims. Thank you. Someone might say that if you don't follow Sean the Black, you may be teetering on what some may call racist. So now Denims, your move. Checkmate. Checkmate. Your move. Your move. Your move.
I'm in this clip? Yeah. Minnie's in this clip. Hasanabe Industries in this clip. This was like my first big stream.
with Vosh, I really feel like I was incredibly fair.
Oh, this is where the side-eye emote came from. Oh, this is Mitch's first message. Sakuga's here too. T Streets is here. RCP is here. Man, this is all the old heads.
With Vosh, I really feel like I was incredibly fair.
Luna's here under a different name. He's a hypocrite. I feel like this is a meme, right? Because if it's not a meme, I agree.
At him, Also, yes, this is true. Martyr at Twitch is correct. If you are a public figure, this is what happens. People criticize you for your bad takes, 100%, right? And yeah, but it does denims in June.
Does it make me feel sad about only having found you recently? But think about it. Think about it like this, chat. Let me think about it like this. You finding me now means that in 2 years, there's going to be chatters who think the same thing, and you're going to know this lore. You know what I mean? That's the best part, which is why I told you this like a long time ago, chat. I told you this stream, right? This stream, I told you that if you subscribe that stream, that 2 years later, you would have a cool sub badge. You know, you could be like, I was here when this was happening. And so, hey, don't be sad you weren't here when this was happening. Be happy that in the future, this will be you. Whatever happened to Boomer Games, okay? I am curious. Where are they at? They don't exist. Unable to fetch account? What happened to them? Gone? Gone but not forgotten. Did I spell it wrong? Boomer Games, okay. No user matching that login. May have changed their name or something.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
I'm Brownbeard. Thank you for the prime.
Subscribed.
Much appreciated. I was just gonna thank you for the get this up as well. Can you give us a heads up when you're cooking a viral clip so we can be in it? Thanks. Please smoke. I do not. My lungs don't like it. I would do that if I knew. You gotta be chatting. You know what I mean? You gotta be chatting. Anyway, the point that I was bringing up when I brought this up is that this stream was my first like drama stream where I talked about Vosh and talked about Shark defending Vosh. And this was the first stream FD Signifier was in the stream, which is kind of funny.
Trust and believe. But like, Shark, listen. Just because you don't do white supremacy to the same extent that like Candace Owens does not mean you cannot engage in white supremacist behavior, right? Like, you know what I mean? We already got oil. True.
Man, I was so young here. I was so young. Oh, Spadoodle Bob was here too. This was before Spadoodle Bob was even VIP'd. Spadoodle Bob got VIP'd and then left and then came back and then left again. Morrowing is here. First Order Watchers, you don't say that.
Clutching onto a presumably slave owner. And I'm supposed to be the slave, and Vosh is supposed to be the slave owner. This is Jesse, specifically liking a picture of me depicted as a slave because I disagreed with some of the people.
This is the tweet? Do you think Shark has seen Friday? No shot. No shot, bro. Absolutely no shot. This is the tweet.
This was a funny set of drama because it was like not very like, you know what I mean? We talked about this one already.
It's because I love drama. I love it. I love it with a passion. I live for the drama. I have more viewers now than I've ever had before. I am unashamed to admit it. I am unashamed to admit it. I am unashamed to admit it. I live for the drama. I live for the drama. I live for the drama. Live it for the drama. Hold on, what up? Get to the kitchen whipping. Huh. I don't walk it and I'm white. 2 hands for the minute. Huh. Yeah, and I'm on it. Huh. Yeah, do it, want it. Huh. Yeah, and I'm little on it. Yeah. And I spit it every day. And I'm on a way. I'm up on a beat. Slay, 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 slat. And I do it every day. I'm tired. Okay, sorry.
Okay. I think this is one of my favorite clips just because you can see this to where we were today. You know what I mean? Like, this has everything. You can literally extrapolate this into my stream today because you can see the progression, right? The love for the drama. I do love the drama, right? That did not change. You think this on? That's so funny. I had a bigger background. What happened? I moved. Like the drama, loving for the drama, the auto-tune voice, the music break, it's just all of it. It still happens today, a little bit less, unfortunately. But LA happened. Yeah, LA did happen. But even Black Sheep Aries is here. This is their first message. This would be my highest view account. Okay, I had, how many views did I have this time? Let me see. I maxed out at, this is the 21st. I maxed out at 237 views. Chat. And I was so happy. I was so happy. I was like, I'm never not doing drama again. The chat was moving. I was so happy. And now look at that compared to where I am now. I have 700 viewers right now. That's 3 times. And it's been over a year. It's almost been 2 years. It's pretty good. It's pretty solid. All right, so let's compare my average, because my average was 136. So technically that's 5 times my average. 4 to 5 times. Oh, see me grow king. Wait, it came out wrong? No, that's okay. %% growth in 1 year. Blue Chase stock for real. To be fair, it's been a year and a half. Because it was in 2023. But yeah, because this was actually, and I will say, extraordinarily blessed for this, because I started streaming in April of 2023. So within a month, right, I hit 100 average viewers. But to be fair, it took me forever to hit partner. I hit partner. It took me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It took me 9 months to hit partner. But now we're on the front page. What's the average now? Almost 500 for the last 3 months. I feel like a while for partner. It was a while. Do you like plants? I am a botanist, and I love seeing some plants. I have plants that are super easy to care for, like air plants and carnivorous plants. I'm not anti-plant. I have to think about that. Because I don't have to worry about, do I want to take care of a plant? Plants are cool, though. Everyone should have plants, to be honest. At least one. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Sorry, I just wanted to show you guys that. That was my huge first drama stream. And, wait, and it was kind of crazy because, let me see if I can find it. Does this account still exist? It's not loading. Oh, this one here. I'm so drunk, W. See, May 21st, FD Signify was here. This is FD, by the way. Rich, famous YouTuber in the house, no cap. And it was actually FD. It was wild. I remember that. Yeah, it was crazy. He has not been on this account since then, by the way. But yeah, he was there during this time. That was pretty cool. I was also being in the same chat as him, to be honest. How you got Dragon Balls? I think bits. You get Dragon Ball if you give bits. But yeah. Anyway, we're super off topic now. I do want to take a brief look at this. But I do want to end this by saying thank you for all the support for this last week. Like, this last week has been insane. Like, it's definitely been my biggest month so far. Did you need FD, by the way? I emailed him. So, yeah. Reserve King, thank you. This stream keeps me awake while I'm at work in the mornings. W, watch me on company time. I started following this last week. Well, welcome in. I appreciate you. I appreciate you all, chat. And when I become super awesome and famous and stuff, does the front page help? I think so. It's hard to tell. I could probably actually check my analytics. Let's see. Let's go research. Not research, overview. No, engagement. No, overview. Discovery. No, it's discovery. Front page. Front page accounted for 11%. I got over 2 million impressions. Only 6,000 views, but 2 million impressions. So that's not terrible. But most of it came from my followers, other recommendations, and other channel pages. I got 16% of views from Gremlo, 15% from Hassan, 13% from Dedums, 10% from Mike, 7 from Caroline, 2 from Ugopnik, 2 from Little Bear, 1 for Struggle 4, 1 from Frogan, 1 from The Surfs, 1 from The Majority Report, 1 from Search, 1 from Mari, 1 from Casey Tron, and then 1 from NNP. So yeah, eventually from Hassan. That makes sense. He's the biggest audience. So maybe wherever your channel I started watching because of your YouTube recommendations. Really? Man, YouTube stream. Okay, I used to be anti-multi-stream. Now I'm pro multi-stream. I've heard so many people say that they found me through YouTube, being recommended a YouTube video, right? And so if you are a streamer who is trying to grow, just make a YouTube channel and go live on YouTube. It's not difficult to do. Just do it. Like right now I have 64 people. Shout out to 64 people on YouTube, chat. I don't get paid any money on YouTube. There's also no ads there, I don't think. Yeah, it's very good for discoverability. Also, hello, the Struggle 4 chatters and the Aboriginal Gremlo chatters as well. Favorite YouTube stream, heard your name in passing before, got recommended live on YouTube, and now I'm here. W, that's so sick. That's so great. All right, actually, chat, don't tell anybody this. This is our secret. This is our secret. Don't tell anybody. Also, am I dark? No. Okay, I'm lighting up. We're getting back. Okay. I'm for Twitch chat, but I always see people are live from there and come to Twitch. True. I actually do that for Ludwig. What about Casey chatters? Aren't you a Casey mod? So I mean, again, yes, also represent for the KC chatters. How do you mostly stream an app? Where's OBS functionality? It's an OBS plugin called Multiple RTMP. Here. I'll check out your this is the plant store. Oh, on YouTube in the morning, so you're streaming recommended, so I'll let you know you're live. That's good. That's great. I spread the good word of you to the Troners. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway, one more time because you guys love this.
You realize there were N words in the SS,
Dude,
right?
you can just say niggers.
Whew. Wow.
Oh,
that's a little bit hot
God!
for me,
Oh
but-
God! Oh, oi, mate! Oh, he said the word. Oh, God!
I got him. I broke his brain.
You realize there were N.
And then you can watch this one.
When I'm alone with my girlfriend at night, when we're like high or whatever, I occasionally say the N-word. I say it with a hard R. Do I look like a fucking bitch to you? Do you think I would puss out on a joke that could be funnier if I went the full mile? Of course not. Well, everyone who's saying yikes in the chat can go fuck yourself right now. If you unironically think that me just saying the N-word alone with my girlfriend in a non-racist context is like yikesy or problematic, then you believe in witchcraft. You believe that the N-word is a magical spell.
It's funny because this is the exact same thing that Destiny says as well, by the way. He's saying that it should be totally fine if I say it in private because, like, who knows? Who's going to know about it anyway? And, like, if that's the case, then, like, why even tell people? You know what I mean? Unless, like, flex on black people. Right? Because, I mean, like, sure, yeah, you're right. Like, nobody's going to know if you say it in private. You know? I did not say yikes. He didn't drop it in private. He just dropped it publicly. Like, this is a technically different context, but like he's him just defending saying the N-word, just straight up, because he has said it in public too. Which is why anybody who ever said, "Oh, it's okay to say it in private," will also just say it in public.
You cast with your mouth that makes the world worse somehow. It's a very stupid take.
He ends up saying it in public, yeah. Like it's
when I'm alone,
all the time. Every time they're like, "Oh, you know, we should be allowed to say it in private." They end up always saying it in public for some reason. You know how weird that is? It's so interesting. It's almost like when you build your worldview off of just being disrespectful to black people, and that's all that matters. Like you're trying to find, secret rules about how you can or cannot say the N-word. You're gonna end up saying it in public. Why are they so obsessed with saying it in private? Because they don't like being told no. There's a word that they can't say, and they're just like, I don't like that. You're telling me that I can't say a word? How dare? How dare? Anyway, that's why I don't like Vosh. This is a very long, roundabout way of going through that.
Today we're going to talk about a few.
Did y'all see this, though? ASMR illegal alien deportation flight from the White House account? Man, don't you love the sound of those dehumanizing chains? That they're shackling people? Man, it sounds so good and awesome, doesn't it? Makes you feel super relaxed. Man, the white noise of the tax-funded planes we use to dehumanize people and send them to other countries that they may or may not have any ties to. Man, it makes it super easy for me to fall asleep to that. Man, oh man. Yes, the sound of people being handcuffed and walked up the stairs like animals. Man, I just what delicious white noise it is. Love it. Love it so much. Thank you, White House Twitter post, for giving us ASMR of people being deported. Man, all we need now is Asmongold in a Ass Ketchum costume to go with a Pokeball and throw Pokeballs at them and make them fight each other for it to really complete what I love about this country. I love it so much. Disney rhetoric from the White House is so disgusting. Imagine they run the same PR against Jewish populations that had technology. If there's any justice, this post would not exist so long. A person who did this would be in solitary forever. Even this person is like, I'm a conservative. This doesn't make me feel good. If they were criminals, they should be deported. It doesn't make me feel good. I want to see the people responding to it. Okay, I thought people would be like, how dare you, you woke tard liberal. You're not a real conservative. Coming to play aren't any better. I'm not looking at it. It's just it's saddening. It's saddening. More and more, the only difference is the boxcars are in the sky instead of on the rails. Now it's absolutely disgusting. It's saddening. Oh, we were watching this. I think we kind of got what we wanted from this. Yeah, Asmongold sucks. There was another plane crash as well. One person dead. What is this video? Why was the video just them zooming in on a picture? Okay. 2 people dead now. This just updated. It said, I literally had the other tab still open where it said one person dead, but now 2 people dead in a plane crash involving 2 planes at Marana Airport. The frequency of plane crashes went up, or do you think it's the media hyper covering it? I literally asked that yesterday. Also, I heard a plane fly over me. Please save. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I need like a data analyst to figure that out. There is a lot of them though. Authorities rushed you to seeing this stand around in uniforms while we filmed them. Can you bet on plane crashes yet? Honestly, probably. Check Polymart. You probably can bet on if a plane crash is going to happen today or not. Because, you know, capitalism. I am curious about the pump and dump that Adam 22 did. Not really, but it is a thing that happened apparently.
To the podcaster just pump and dumped his fans after being warned by me.
Apparently on a downtrend, but in 2024 was the worst year since 2018 according to stats. Well, it feels like we're trying to beat that record this year apparently.
That this would happen. And after telling me what a fan he was a few years ago, saying how bad it is when influencers do these kinds of deals, only now he's doing it. Our story starts in 2021. Best channel of all time, dude. I just finally started watching and I've been hooked. If you ever want to make it to LA, let's do a podcast. I said, hey, I'm in Texas.
Wait,
but
what?
if I'm in LA, I'll stop by. It's nice to see people rally around how scummy these influencer crypto deals are. When I started the series, I wasn't sure if anyone would care. It's like, influencer does something shady, every 60 seconds, a minute passes. Here's what's interesting. Adam22 said, yeah, made me so glad I never took any deals.
Sorry. Slime is weighing in on Ethan Klein's crash out. Apparently, everybody. Okay, Ethan Klein's crash out has now broken containment and is now reached Tyler Oakley, Slime. I think Felix Biederman had another take on it. Like, it is leaked to the general public. He reached the yard. That's crazy. Yeah, he's going mainstream. I fear. 20v1 Ethan. He's kind of like Drake in that regard. It's on like random circle jerk subreddits too. Really? I don't go to subreddits that have jerk in the name. Why does Ethan always post his crash outs on a medium that was solely invented to flirt with your crush? True. Crash out has reached critical mass. There's no stopping it now. I mean, it has to stop eventually, right? Right? Am I naive? It's on the new. What do you? Okay, stop. Okay. What do you mean it's on the New Balance subreddit? What do you mean? I'm joking. Okay, I was about to say, what is that? How does that even work? That would be crazy. It would be funny though. It would be hilarious. You just pull Trisha back into this, so no, it does not ever stop. The man's pettiness has no bounds. Like, okay. Okay, maybe it's bad of me to say this, but like, if he's focused on Trisha, then he's not focused on me and my friends, and so I think it's a net positive for our space. You know what I mean? Not saying that he should be able to focus on anybody, but like, just leave Twitch alone, please. Leave Twitch alone. Stay over there. Are people that low who they watch? Yes. Yes, the answer is that. Yes. What's the adventure zone? I don't even know what the adventure zone is. The age of retribution against the podcast circle jerk subreddits has begun. Oh. Reason he uses IG stories because no one can post refutes and there's no comment section. Yeah, that's true. But like, it is such a funny place to put your crash outs. Right? Which, to be fair, I will give Tyler Oakley a lot of credit here because what Tyler Oakley said is correct. If people stopped screenshotting, because I don't see Ethan Klein's Instagram stories. I only see Ethan Klein's Instagram stories when they are screenshotted and posted somewhere else. And because like Instagram stories is a double-edged sword. On one end, right, there's no comment section, so we can't engage with Ethan, but on the other end, he can't engage with us. So if we stop clipping it, right, and stop posting it in other places, he doesn't get anything from it. And we don't see him. Profit? Because that's the important thing. He talks on his podcast that nobody really watches. And then his subreddit talks about it, which nobody's on there. And then his Instagram story, which nobody replies to or can reply to, he's kind of in his own isolated space. And it's like outside of like the content nuke where like it's on YouTube and like everybody's watching it, everybody's talking about it. Like that's one thing. But like, do I really care about you spend all your free time since October 7th, 2023 in an effort to torture me, my wife, my family, my employees, my friends. You have defamed me, knowing falsified images, broken laws, and interfere with my business. No one should have to endure the level of malicious harassment, and yet you have inflicted it on me and the people I love. You guys know me quite well, being longtime paying members. I hope that what proceeds won't jeopardize your membership, as we look forward to and enjoy continued patronage. Like, I mean, he did it to Assange. He did this to everybody. Like knowingly falsified images, it feels like he takes things that he definitely did and just saying like, oh, the snarkers are doing it. Like he did that to Frogan. I proved it. I proved it. Don't you dare say that it was Ludwig that proved it. I proved it. Me. I proved it. Anyway. Like he did that. He's defamed people, used knowingly falsified images, broken laws. I'm sure there's a few laws there. And interfered with the business of like Twitch as a platform. Right? But now he's mad, right? He's gotten away with all of this so far. But now he's mad that like nobody cared about his stupid content thing, right? His school project. And so now he's like doing this. I don't know, bro. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Like I know what I'm talking about it. You feel me? I completely understand why I'm talking about it. Once I started talking about it, my viewership number went back up. Like I know why I'm talking about it. But why is he talking about it? His numbers are down. Nobody cares what he has to say. Like, what are we doing? Like he's literally being or getting lower viewership even when talking about drama than he does normally because his normal viewers are leaving. We went after a normie subreddit with 4.4 million members. They had to post all the controversy he said, and now he's mad. And so he's gonna sue them? Like, and I didn't even like take a look at it. I also did not know they had 4.4 million members. That was probably not very smart of him to do so. These are stat per flight hours. I just want to find. What happened in 2011? No deaths, no serious injuries, no accidents in 2011. W. Okay. More flight hours, less accidents, and less. Oh, it's 2023. So it doesn't have 2024 numbers because we have to wait for those. And no, there's no flights happened in 2024. Addressing Ethan Klein's threats against this subreddit. After Hila Klein, also wait. Oh, you guys didn't hear it, but apparently Warframe finished downloading. I started to download yesterday and I paused it. I guess it continued at some point and it just finished. So the more you know. Ethan Klein is experiencing a monumental crash out. This is 17K. In one day. Man, I should have made this video. Ethan Klein is threatening Reddit users. Yo, is there a whole complex? Is there a whole complex on YouTube making Ethan Klein videos? Should I jump on that?
Ethan Klein is now threatening the mod teams of various different subreddits, including the H3 Snark and YouTube Drama. What's crack, it's Evangelina Skov, and welcome to another episode of I Am Cold. I'm very cold today, guys. That's the whole episode. But in today's episode of I Am Cold, we're going to be talking about Ethan Klein. Now, on the H3 Snark, an announcement was made. H3 Snark is on a break. Hey, H3 Snarkers, we're writing to let you know that
and get some pizza real quick, chat. Because actually, I'll go follow you on YouTube. That's a lot of work, though, chat. Have you considered the fact that like that's a lot of work? I want streaming to become like if I ever hit a point where I'm like getting like 2,000 to 3,000 average viewers per stream, I will consider quitting my other job because that's money, chat. That's money. I'm not there yet though. One day though. And it takes time. It does, and I have another job. So here, I'm grabbing some pizza. I'll be right back.
The subreddit is
No, not
going on
Arjun,
break,
avocado pizza. That
effective
sounds disgusting.
immediately until further notice. Please keep an eye out for an announcement in the near future. We appreciate your patience and understanding. And then, after this, Ethan Klein posted to his story, if I can scroll through all his million of stories, he posted this from the H3 Snark and said, "It won't save you scumbags from what's coming. I can't wait for your family, friends, work, and school to know what you've been up to," which made it sound very much like he was threatening to dox the mod teams here. And he said, "Dear Snark mods, you have one opportunity to save your ass. Contact us with information about your fellow mods and collaborators, and I will spare you in what's to come. This is your one and only chance." So he's basically trying to say, hey guys, come dox these people to me, and I won't come after you. Now, he's being very vague here about what he's talking about, but the fact that he says in the previous story that your family, friends, work, and school know what you've been up to, make it sound like he's planning to dox them. Because how else would this happen? Now, Ethan Klein, as we've talked about in the past, hasn't been shy about threatening to dox people before. Allegedly. Maybe. Depending on who you ask. Wouldn't put it past him. I still think it's a crappy thing to do. For some reason, people have this kind of opinion of doxing that, like, sometimes it's warranted. Sometimes it's okay. Just because they side with the person who's doing the doxing. And I can guarantee you, even if somebody that I really looked up to, I really liked, decided to dox somebody and they
Let's run it back.
Please keep an eye.
Did y'all see him ask AB for his ADD med? I did see that. I don't know if I showed it on stream though. I don't think I did.
Out for an announcement in the near future. We appreciate your patience and understanding. And then, after this, Ethan Klein posted to his story, if I can scroll through all his million of stories, he posted this from the H3 Snark and said, "It won't save you scumbags from what's coming. I can't wait for your family, friends, work, and school to know what you've been up to," which made it sound very much like he was threatening to dox the mod.
It does very much sound like he is threatening to dox the mod team. It does sound like that.
Teams here. And he said, "Dear Snark mods, you have one opportunity to save your ass. Contact us with information about your fellow mods and collaborators, and I will spare you in what's to come. This is your one and only chance." So he's basically...
And this sounds like a threat. Personally. It's like, have you guys ever heard of the game theory of the prisoner's dilemma? You guys aware of that? That's kind of what I get from this a little bit. Is this not illegal? Oh, it's Split Bob. We were just talking about Split Bob earlier. It's not familiar, but I assumed the threat. Someone in chat mentioned it earlier. Wait, really? Did they really mention it earlier? Am I on the same wavelength as chat? Oh yeah, Prisoner's Dilemma. Somebody did mention it earlier. Yeah. So essentially, I'm not sure if it's still up, but one of the stories paragraphs was sent to a mod banned by H3 Snark, and Ethan somehow received it and received 100% on the AI detector. Yeah, I saw that. I also don't necessarily believe AI detectors like that, but I don't put it past Ethan from doing that due to past behaviors. Anyway, what the prisoner's dilemma is basically is it's a part of game theory that's basically determines what the best course of action is if you and your friend, right? Okay, let me draw it out. Just imagine you and your friend got picked up by the police, right? A cab, but imagine you got picked up by the police. We'll say this is Hugh and this is John, right? And then they separate you. You move John over. John over here. And then you over here. And then they go to you and they're like, all right, you have two options, right? You give up John or you don't give up John. Right? And then, like, if you give up John, let's say you do give him up. If you give up John and John gives up you, right? You both receive 5 years in prison. Right? So if you both give up each other, you both get 5 years in prison. If you don't give him up, right? But he gives you up, he gets 0 years, and you get 10 years, right? And vice versa, if you give up John, and he does not give you up, he gets 10 years, right? And you get 0 years, right? So from your perspective, this is you. What is your best option, right? Because you don't know what John's going to do. Do you trust John to not give you up? You feel me? That's what the prisoner's dilemma is. I honestly could have just looked it up and get like a. Yeah, each prisoner has an incentive to defect or betray the other individual for game. However, cooperation will yield to a higher payoff for both prisoners. Yeah. Like let's say you both you both confess. Right? There's one more. If you confess and John confesses. You both get 2 years. 2 years. That's the last one. No, I was forgetting one. Is the prisoner's dilemma just another application of game theory? Yes. It's in the same umbrella. So essentially, you and John are separated. They give you an option. Do you give up John or you don't give up John? If you both give each other up, right? You both get 10 years. Wait, no. You both get 5 years. If you give up yourself and John gives you up, John gets 0 years, you get 10 years. If you give up John and he gives up himself, John gets 10 years, you get 0 years. But if you both confess to the crime, you both get 2 years. That's the prisoner's dilemma. Not because snitches get stitches too in the system, and you're definitely going to get through the person who gave up. He said, I'll make sure not to dox you if you dox your friends. Yes, essentially. Right? So in this application, there's an answer here, honestly. I don't know. I didn't study game theory. There's some like answer here. But it's essentially what Ethan Klein is doing. Ethan Klein is basically saying, okay, you as a mod, you should give up the best option if you both stay silent. I mean, yes, if you could coordinate before you go in, the best option is you both stay silent, right? But if you don't know what the other person is going to do, can you trust them enough to shut their mouth? Right? That's the question. But that's what he's trying to do with this, essentially.
When it comes to questions about who is the
I know I didn't explain this the best, but that's the idea. In scenarios, Stark's mods should trust each other more than the lies that Ethan and his lawyers tell them. I mean, yeah, but again, what you have to understand is being under threat of legal litigation is still impactful, right? Especially for people that you don't necessarily know. So it is something that you have to think about.
Trying to say, hey guys, come dox these people to me, and I won't come after you. Now, he's being very vague here about what he's talking about, but the fact that he says in the previous story that your family, friends, work, and school know what you've been up to, make it sound like he's planning to dox them. Because how else would this happen? Now, Ethan Klein, as we've talked about in the past, hasn't been shy about threatening to dox people before, allegedly. Maybe, depending on who you ask. Wouldn't put it past him. I still think it's a crappy thing to do. For some reason, people have this kind of opinion of doxing that, like, sometimes it's warranted. Sometimes it's okay, just because they side with the person who's doing the doxing. And I can guarantee you, even if somebody that I really looked up to, I really liked, decided to dox somebody and they claimed they had a good reason for it, I'd be like, what is this person doing? This is not okay. Doxing is not something you do.
If somebody is like threatening your life on the internet or whatever, and you believe it's a credible threat, go to the police. Go to the police. I mean, obviously the police are not like, a good institution or whatever, but like, that's like how you actually like, go about like trying to protect yourself. Any situation where like doxing is not going to get you anything, right? It's not. Doxing is not going to get you anything. I really think that doxing Nazis is fine in all situations. Yeah, less bad than alternative. I think that is what I'll say. Doxing Nazis, right, will feel good, right? But it's not going to be like productive. You feel me? And that's what I'll say. Like, you're not going to like solve Nazism by doxing them. You feel me? You can harm normal people around Nazis. I think in a situation where, again, doxing is a very specific thing where you are like releasing public information. If like you are being harassed on the internet, first of all, again, goes to the police. But two, if you just happen to like, know who's doing your harassing, he's like a student at a school. You want to call the school to be like, yo, this student is harassing me, then go for it, right? But like, yeah, you're gonna have a lot of false positives where you are trying to dox somebody and then you're doxing the wrong person. And what you lose by doing that, people you harm by doing that, is, in my opinion, not worth the like dunker own you get on like maybe doxing the correct person. You feel me? It just doesn't feel like it's going to be productive. The police are so used when it comes to online crime. I've been getting pizza ordered to my house and SWAT since 2012, and they have never been any help. You just have to not post anything about how much about how it bothers you. I mean, yes, but like I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying the doxing is not going to solve that issue. You know what I mean? Like doxing is not going to fix that. It's kind of the point. Doxing is the nuclear option 99% of the time. It's not a nuclear situation. Yeah. Like somebody, if you're not 1000% sure is of it, is like it's like if it's 91% chance you're wrong, just don't. But even then, like that can be solved by like going to the people's personal life. Like if you have freaking like this freaking like 17-year-old kid or whatever that's been harassing you and is like a Nazi online, the police aren't doing anything. And you're like, I know where you go to school at, and you email their school to be like, hey, this person's been harassing me. Here's the evidence. You let the school deal with that. I think that's more justified than like publicizing their personal information and their address or whatever online, right? Because the harm that could cause is greater than, you know, just that one 17-year-old kid. It can go to their family, and then they can be like swatted and stuff, right? And that's on you. I've been blocked by local right-wing nerds multiple times. Never accomplished anything except making me make fun of them more. Isn't Nazi employer talking about Nazi employer? They're Nazi and sending photos. Isn't that doxing? No, doxing is publicizing private information. Like that's what doxing is. Doxing is like publicizing that information. Like you're making information public that was private. So if you know their employer, and then you are posting where they work online, that is doxing. But like it's not inherently doxing to like contact their employer and be like, this is what they're doing to me or whatever. You're clear, I think I was using a bad definition of doxing. It's not doxing to contact someone's workplace, school, etc. Yeah. The definition really shifted. It's about letting other people know online who someone is in real life. I mean, if you dox Nazi these days, they'll just get hired. Control our asses. True. I got doxing death threats sent to me. I don't wish that about my worst enemies. It really up. As you said, it hurts the people around the person being doxed. Yeah, like people like dox their families and like their family's addresses, and their family's phone numbers, and call where their family goes to school. You know what I mean? And I don't think just because like a kid is a shitter on the internet is, you know, necessarily worthwhile to like ruin their siblings' lives or whatever. I got laid off yesterday. I'm so sorry, chatter. You know what I mean? I look forward to spending more time here. Much appreciated. Welcome in. Maybe I give Ethan the benefit of that for so long in Psycho.
Especially if you have a huge platform, because it can put people in real life danger. It takes it off the internet and into the real world. You can make these matters private, you can deal with them privately, and we're going to get into that because he claims that he's not actually trying to dox him, he claims it's something else. But there's more stories. Two of the main mods are actually Trisha superfans. Ironic that they organized a harassment campaign to ruin my life for being a Zionist when Trisha is actually a Jewish supremacist, which is really hard to say, as I've just found out, and Moses has fought in combat for the IDF. You have spent all of your free time.
This is something I saw he's doing as well. So you know he's a Zionist. No, he's never admitted that he's a Zionist. He's saying you're coming at me because I am a what you call a Zionist, but he will never say that he's a Zionist. He will never say it. Let's say he regrets it. As far as I know, I don't even know who Moses is. Famous as a Zionist in Insta story? No, he's not saying that, chat. Which is why Ethan's very, very clear. His brother married to Trisha. Wait. Trisha Paytas is married to Ethan Klein's wife's brother. They have a kid. Is it because of the pod? What? What? That's why frenemies ended? What? And they hate both of them? Wait, okay. Do Trisha and Moses hate Ethan and Hila? And then Ethan and Hila also hate Trisha and Moses? What an interesting family, bro. What an interesting family dynamic. Take this offline. Why are you getting like the mods of the H3 Snark subreddit involved in your familial drama? Go talk to your family. This makes it so much weirder. This makes it so much weirder. Really, Moses is shunned from the family? Just watch 1 minute of this? What? Honestly, I stick by what I'm saying. Let them fight it out. Please leave the leftist space of Twitch alone. You can fight it out with your family as much as you want to, right? Family drama is a thing that exists. Go off. Have fun with that. Keep doing that. Leave us alone. Or leave my friends alone. I just talked about how bad the apartheid was. Really? Oh, I can understand why she hates him. I can understand why she hates him. Right? Because her whole thing is I grew up in Israel. It was super unsafe. There were bombs all the time. Then the wall came up and then there was no more bombs. And if her own brother was like, man, the apartheid is actually super bad. Right? Palestinians are oppressed. I can definitely see why. I can see the contention there. Honestly, there's like a very interesting conversation about family dynamics and how oppressive systems kind of tear families apart and how humanizing the Palestinian people is like taboo for Israelis to do. If this wasn't involving like massively rich and popular social media figures. You know what I mean? Now it becomes drama at this point. It becomes drama at this point. That's so interesting. I was worse, a former IDF combat veteran who regrets it or a former IDF secretary who doesn't regret it. That is also an interesting conversation. Honestly, I'm going to side with the person who regrets it just 9 times out of 10 versus the person who defends it. But I don't know. I don't know Moses or Trisha or really anything about that. I just learned that apparently they were like Moses existed. Combat pilot was a term that Ethan used. Ethan trying touching on Moses for being an IDF soldier when he openly regrets and supports Palestinians and his own wife hasn't publicly regretted anything. He has to go to Vasbara as peak dissonance. They both suck, don't bother. It's just I am now kind of invested because I'm just like, what is going on? That is okay. That's new stuff to me, chat. I was literally asking earlier. I was like, is there any new stuff that goes on? This is new stuff to me. I had no idea this was a thing. I had no clue.
Nobody tried to stop me.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
I need to do this. I need to make a point here. Moses, if you're watching this, and I know you are, listen to me very clearly, you fucking loser. You're a grown man that cries and bitch and pisses to his mom every time I mention your name. Stop. I don't fucking care. I will never stop talking about you. You can bitch and cry and spit and moan every time to your mom.
Pause. Okay. I will say this as well. Bringing your familiar drama to the public space is weird. I will say this, separate from whatever Moses did or said, separate from Trisha, separate from his wife, like bringing your familiar drama into your multi-million follower, 15, 20,000 concurrent viewer podcast is weird. It is a weird thing to do. Pick up the phone and call him. Is Moses a creator? Does he have millions of followers? I don't know. Like, it's a weird thing. Do the same thing Trisha that he's doing to Hassan. I think that what he's doing to Hassan is like bad, but doing this is gross because like that's your family. Like them or not, you have a direct line of access to them, and they're not a creator. Yelling at Hassan is one thing. Hassan is a creator. Hassan can defend himself with his own platform. This is just a guy. You know what I mean? This is literally just a guy. And you're like, I'm going to air out my familial drama, right? On my multi-million follower podcast. A man who loves water. It's one of the water cult people, I think. Okay, that's pretty funny. Like it's so crazy. I think all this shit private until just recently refusing to bring family into the public for the last 2 years until Ethan felt like the need to divert attacks. That's just crazy to me. You're wrong, Moses is a weird dude. I don't know anything about Moses. If he's a part of a water cult, good for him, I guess. But like just from what I've seen, from my perspective here, this is a bit weird. Maybe, you know what? Maybe Moses did deserve it. You feel me?
I mean, because you're anytime
he is water. Fair.
It's not even when I'm like mean. It's like anytime I talk about him at all, and it's like, guess what, bitch? This is who I am, and I will never stop. I will talk about you whenever I want. Okay, so cry more, you fucking loser.
This is like kind of like the main problem of Ethan, and that is just he doesn't understand that as a person with a platform that he has a certain level of responsibility for said platform, and that maybe you can't just talk about whoever you want whenever you want, because as a person with such a big platform, you have something to, you know, consider, right? About that. This is an accused sex predator for stealthing. I don't know anything about this Moses person, right? I'm not making a moral judgment about whoever he is. I don't know about him. I don't know. Didn't know he was in the IDF. Didn't know he existed, right? They did do stealthing, and that's a bad thing. And I condemn Moses. I guess I have to condemn Moses, even though I just learned about him five seconds ago. He's a water plug, apparently. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? What are we talking about? I don't know what any of these words mean. I don't know. He is water. We are all water. What are we talking about? He sells water. Does he sell water or is he water? Water plug like a weak plug? Oh, I thought he was like a freaking, the thing you put it like on a drain. You don't get it? You want to get it? I don't get it. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't get it. I'm confused. I'm confused. I don't know. He cuts water in half. That's okay. I get that one, right? I learned that one in Sunday school. Okay, Moses cut water in half. That one I get. I understand that. That one. That is the one that makes more sense to me. Okay. Okay. Now you're speaking my language. He's a painter and paints water-inspired paintings. I found out he claims to have invented the type of water photography. Just go to his Instagram? No! No, I will not be going to his Instagram. I am fine, okay? I'm good. I'm good. I just don't know why Ethan is beefing with this random painter, water plug, sexual predator brother-in-law that he has, who is not a creator. That's what's confusing to me. Like, why are we taking this personal family beef onto the internet? He interested you to make Dharma-like videos? You're making that up. You're making that up. That is a made up thing you just said. That sentence was a lie. That is not a thing that is real. I do not believe that. You did a mail request without me? I did. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. I'm not watching. Fine. I need to satiate my curiosity. I need to sate my thirst for knowledge, if you will. Quench my thirst for knowledge. I need to know what my identity is water means. I need it to make sense. I need to understand.
Welcome back to Channel Water. Today I want to continue talking about my personal journey into water and mainly about the identity. What does it mean to have this identity of water? Or in a way, the way I see it is not having an identity. So let me dive into that and explain that further. All human beings are born into a certain equation. So when you're born, you're told that you belong to a certain family, city, nation, nationality, religion, cult, anything. It could be very spiritual, it could be very rigid, you can be born in a dictatorship, you're given a gender, a name, even a number. For the country you belong to, a passport. We're given so many things that basically describe who we are and what we are. And that fits to the equation of human beings in this material world. There is a certain order, and order is good. It's what we need to work within that specific equation. A lot of times we forget the bigger picture and we get too attached to that order, and we take it to a place that is not positive anymore, to a place where it starts conflicting. It starts conflicting ourselves, within ourselves. So when I walk in the world, I don't see anything as a separate entity from me. Everything that I look at is a version of myself. It's part of myself in a different vessel, in a different vehicle, in a different timeline, in a different body. So whether it's a plant, animal, person, or even a cloud, that is just a different form of myself. But with the identity we're born into, that whole package of your vehicle, sometimes we lose that knowledge and we forget that. There is a purpose to that when it comes to helping us moving forward as a society and build the architecture that we need to build. So there is competition and there is a ways to motivate us or the whole nature. Even plants have motivation, animals, to motivate you to grow, because that's what nature does. It grows. And that growth is moving water into architecture. More plants, more animal, more people, more housing, we're moving forward into architecture. So there is a sense of positive side to competition, positive side to motivation, but then we also see the negative side of it. When we get too attached to the illusion of the identity and we start fighting with each other, we start destroying, and we forget who we really are. So we lose our grace, we lose the love, we develop a lot of judgment, and it's really about forgetting. We forget who we are, we believe the story, we believe the illusion, and we take it too far. In my personal experience, I was born in a small country, and it's a small country that's also surrounded by enemies. So it's like an island, we're landlocked, and then we're born into a very specific identity of the idea of being Jewish. And it creates a very strong sense of identity. Again, that capsule that you're born into, specifically over there, is very strong. The smaller it is, the stronger it is too. So it was even harder breaking out of that and seeing the connection between yourself and the bigger picture of humanity, to see the greater connections between all of us and eliminating separation, basically taking away anything that separates me from you. So the idea that I'm from a certain country and you from another country.
Okay. Hear me out. He's not wrong on the whole we're surrounded by enemies thing. He's not wrong on the way that Israel operates. No, just hear me out. The way that Israel operates, in that it teaches Israelis born in Israel that they are surrounded by enemies, and that it brings in this tight knit, tying your identity to Judaism in a way to lock you into the belief system and structure. He's not incorrect on that. He's not incorrect. It is the basic nationalism, yes. But he's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's not incorrect. Right? He's not incorrect on that. I don't know what else he's talking about. The water stuff, I don't know if I can get behind that. But he's right here, he's his analysis is fine, There's something he's talking about his experience in propaganda. I think he's justifying it. Yeah.
That separation. The idea
I don't get the water stuff though. I'm confused about that. He's a cloud. I get. What he's covering Ethan's BS, just functionally taking our attention away from bigger issues. We can cover and discuss Palestine without Ethan. It feels like a dunk for catharsis at this point. Then have fun with that. Okay.
I belong to a certain religion.
We are water here, Chatter.
To a certain gender, sex. There's so many things that we have that separate us from others. And like I said, some separation is positive in the sense of creating order. But there's certain separation.
We're trying to be enlightened, and Chatter wants to come in here and ruin the mood. He's not water. Chatter doesn't get it. Chatter does not understand it. He is not water. He is not water. He doesn't understand water. He doesn't get water.
You away from the greater picture of humanity and the greater.
Also, I want to point out, we literally did 4 hours of other content. Straight up, 4 whole hours of non-Ethan stuff. Just of other content. And as soon as I take 10 seconds to try to become water, China's coming here, he's like, don't you think it would be a better use of our time talking about actual Palestine? It feels like we're just dug on Ethan for the catharsis of it. Let us not enjoy water. Cheddar is hydrophobic. True. First they came for water. He doesn't want you to know the truth. This is true. He doesn't want us to know the truth. Honestly, I wouldn't have banned that chatter if that wasn't their first message. If that wasn't their first message. We've been talking about water for 5 minutes now. Going on probably 10 minutes at this point. which means they had to have come in here just like, you know, either like saw Ethan or saw this guy and was like, this has to do with Ethan. This has to be dunking on Ethan. And like, no, I want to know about water. I genuinely want to know about water. Is water wet though? Should I become wet to be water or be unwet? Water is not wet. I will stand on that. Water, not wet. It's wet, water not wet.
In that sense. So I worked very hard to walk away and shedding off.
What people who take shrooms talk about, just the connectedness, we're all connected to stuff. Not crazy weird in my opinion. But like, why water? Why use water for that? I don't get the water connection thing, right? Like water is in everything. Like you can make that argument about like a lot of things, like, you know, like just anything, right? We breathe air. Air's all around us. Why not use air for that analogy instead of water? You know? And like, I don't get why water specifically is the, you don't get it, bro? You're not water? Maybe I don't get it. You know, maybe, yeah, air is water. Have you considered that water is just air? Exactly. I'm usually talking about I watched it for 10 plus years, and I feel so betrayed by him. It feels like, and I feel insane when seeing the crazy things he says, and nobody I watch is talking about it. A little gossip is fun, yeah.
Any layer of separation, and also questioning, what does it mean?
Also, like, if you want like very strict, rigid news coverage, just go watch Hassan. He's live right now. Right, he went online. You can go there. You know what I mean? Like, one thing I don't tolerate is people coming here trying to take or trying to control the content that I do. Right? But yes, I'll talk about Palestine. Yes, we'll cover Palestine. Yes, we'll raise money for Palestine. Right? But we'll also do other things. Yeah, Mike is covering news right now. I mean, what about water right now personally? Thank you. Like, just coming in here and your first message being like, talk about what I want you to talk about is not how you contribute to a space. Trisha and Moses named their daughter Malibu Barbie. Okay, that's kind of funny. Is Moses doing the equivalent of fluid dynamics?
For example, what does it mean to be Jewish? For me, other than saying I'm different than you, it didn't mean anything. So there's certain traditions, there's stories, there's certain beliefs, but if you truly believe that all humanity is one big body,
did they open the tomb?
And we all have the same connection to whatever.
About water. Because humans are not able to feel wet, we feel temperature, friction, and resistance. From the
go get the Henny.
Asset wetness. Sorry, I'm a nerd. Is that not just a little bit pedantic? Is that not just what wetness is? You know what I mean? If we describe that feeling that you described as being wet, then do we not as humans feel wet? Socialism or barbarism, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Is that Ethan's brother-in-law? No, Ethan is Moses' brother-in-law. He is the progenitor. He is water. Are we in the water is wet era chat? Water is not wet. Water is not wet. And I will stand on that. I thought water was Jake and Bake's girlfriend. I feel like that's a reference that I just don't get. Is Ethan related to water? Is he in other God or something? No. We're not talking about Ethan. How do we get to Ethan, chat? This is about Moses and Moses being water, okay? He's teaching us what water is and why we are all water and why he is water and why clouds are water. Well, wait, he's right about that one. Clouds are water. But how he is water.
Where the source is, the greater consciousness.
Mr. Martin McNaughton, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. We are only 26 subs away from me leaking my old SoundCloud songs, chat. So, hey, if you guys want to hear the SoundCloud songs, you're 26 subs away. I'm just saying it, putting it out there. You guys don't have to hear them if y'all don't want to. But, yeah, I'll leak my old SoundCloud songs at 1,200 subs. I didn't make that promise. I promised to turn off ads at 1K, and ads are off right now. I keep with my promises.
Then I don't see any reason for me to say that I'm different from you. So for me to say that I am,
MR Nasty gifted
maybe.
a tier 1 sub to Casket_Separa.
Ms. Martin, thank you for the gifted
They
sub
have
as
given
well.
170 gift subs in the channel.
This song is about water. If not, not interested. My songs are not about water, but there are songs about water. Tyler has a song called Water. Make me sweat. Wait, is this TOS?
Hey, sorry I missed your call, but
She's
yeah,
kind
I
of
guess we can meet up tonight. I'll see you later.
risque a little bit.
Make me sweat, make me harder, make me lose my breath, make me water, make me sweat.
Definitely TLs. Okay, then I'm gonna stop it there. That's all you get. You get the back, chat. You get the back. Are you gonna claim on YouTube? Okay, we're stopping it there. No more. It's worth it. Yeah, we're gonna call it there. Put on 4G out on instead. He'll still claim me. Should be a song about water with Moses in it. I'm not. Okay, we're not gonna go. We're not gonna go that. We went down the Moses route. We can't go down the Trish route. We can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do it. We can't do both on the same day. I can't.
something that you're not doesn't serve my purpose in life, doesn't serve my connection to you. There is absolutely nothing that is different between me and you. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing.
Oh, okay. To be fair, there's one thing. So, just one thing. I'm not water.
Special about me, different of you. We're exactly the same. Not only that, we are the same body, we are the same identity, we are the same consciousness in different vessels and vehicles. So
we are a hive mind? Interesting. I never thought about it like that. We are the same consciousness in different vessels. Interesting.
taking off those layers and also dealing with the environment, which usually has a hard time with that because that's their identity. And whenever you try to move away or question identity, you usually get a lot of backlash and you get a lot of judgment and people start questioning you. But for me, it was important to stay strong in my journey and not let any of those things set me back, and always freeing myself further and further from anything that was basically there to hold me back and separate me from the rest. Anytime that there was something that created separation, I just moved it away, stepped away from it, and always stepped closer to you. Always stepped closer.
How does this go on for 13 more minutes, bro? Okay, I'm gonna skip to a random timestamp and see what he's talking about.
And when we leave this body, we go to that place of being one entity. And I think that's the beauty of it, when you truly realize that when you go back from here, it is still you, but that you is also me. We are that one thing. And there's a great sense of joy coming home, a feeling of love when you go back to that place. Because here, now, we are separated. And in that separation, there is loneliness, there is some sadness, there is a longing back, there is a reason to all the feelings we have that are not positive. and that are the outcome of that separation into the separate vehicles. So it's important to remind ourselves once in a while who we truly are, and what this body is, what the limitations of it, the source of the certain loneliness or sadness that some feel.
Okay, I'm
To understand,
I have reached my limit of water. The dam has been filled. My limit of water has been reached, and so we are now moving on. I did try. I tried. I gave it a very hearty attempt. We heard a solid 10 minutes of this. I tried my very best to try to understand what he's talking about here, and I just could not. It did not hit for me. I may not be water. Unfortunate. I thought you guys were joking about the water thing, bro. I thought you guys were joking about the water thing. I don't think you were water. Your water retention levels are not high enough yet. Because of the end? Sure. That's the last thing we'll look at. I will go to the end of this video.
that separation into the that I have for you and for myself is the same and is the most important thing I have. Walking through the world without it is very difficult. It's very challenging. And the only thing I would wish for everyone is to love themselves. Because then I know that you love me too. Thank you very much for watching today. We'll see you soon.
Okay. That wasn't a terrible message ending. Command Z works on Chrome. It was Control Shift T. Open up a closed tab. Need to actually study spirituality to understand he's gesturing at. He's intentionally obfuscating in concepts to make him look wise and mystical. Nah, maybe he's just water, you know? And that's okay. That's okay to just be water. I don't know if this person, no offense to this creator, I don't know if she can provide anything that's like new in this discussion. But honestly, I'm happy that we went down this this rabbit hole, because learning about Waterman made my day. It made my day. That was funny. Enjoyable content. This guy has an interesting mustache. That's what he talked about.
Son is wild. This is your entire personality, bro.
Yeah, Ashkenazi Jews were all inbred. That's why we all have all these. One thing.
On Twitter, your people shatter. If he is, be who it is you are. He would go, you know what? You and my housekeeper are the same.
Monty _G _ gifted a tier 1 sub to Cozy Cottage Bunny.
Project makes a promise to men who shell out the $18,000 to attend the 3-day program. You'll become better friends, better fathers, better leaders.
They're stuck in a rut. They've lost that fire. They've lost the edge as a man. Suffering leads to those superpowers.
Instructor Steve Eckert says the suffering is just...
If you're gonna pay $18,000 for a 3-day boot camp, why would you not just enlist in the military? This is what I don't get. I don't get these alpha male boot camps. I don't get it. I think also my chair is broken. I need to raise it up. There we go. Perfect. It's LARPing, which I get, but like $18,000 is a lot of money to LARP. You know? So at the gate, it's easy way to get rid of 18K. But like, I don't get it. You can literally go to the military to get screamed at, basic training, and you get paid for it, you know? You get paid for that money. Well, not pay for that money, pay for that time. So like, why are you paying $18,000 to like lock arms with with other men in like a river and then not be able to sleep for 3 days? Like, do you go home feeling fulfilled? I need somebody to like actually interview these people. Like, I need somebody to actually interview these people when they get back home. Like, are you happy you spent that money? Does that make you smile? Like, you are now $18,000 poorer. Do you feel fulfilled? I think the price is seen as a feature of them to tell you that's $18,000 to be super tough and hard. It's an insane amount of money though.
One snapshot.
It's like dinner with Jay-Z or $1 million question. They think the boot camp is helping them genuinely. But it's only 3 days. Like, if I'm paying $18,000 just to be yelled at and to roll around in the mud, dog, I'm getting my friends. I will buy friends and rent them for 3 days. Like, you can probably get that done with like $5,000, maybe less. Like, just go to Craigslist and put an ad for people to come beat you up and pay them all $1,000 each. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Also, friend of the show, Jarvis Johnson, made a video on this alpha male boot camps. I'm pretty sure as well. I was on Sad Boys.
Hey, it's Jarvis. This is a clip from our Patreon exclusive podcast, Sad Boys Nights. And you can head over to patreon.com/sadboys. For that, we have over 50 full-length episodes that you can watch or listen to. And this is just a clip we really liked from our recent episode. So enjoy.
Alpha male, $10,000 boot camp. I think it's even more. Well, look at all those axes.
18.
That's only 3 days for 10 grand. Hey, that's how much we make per episode of the podcast,
You know
right?
what I'm saying? Check.
Right, guys? Can someone check?
I don't know how.
Yeah, hell yeah. That Jacob said hell yeah, so that means we...
How many axes do we have on the show?
Haven't seen the money yet, but I think we're due for a cold millie. The MDK project. 3-day boot camp, only 10,000. Okay, well then they've got clown emojis on it. So I assume this is a posting by not the OG, the OP.
Yeah, someone poning them.
Yeah, he's getting kind of pwned actually.
Look around, look at each other. Look to your left and to your right. More than 60% you will not be here fucking Friday. I guarantee it. And I'll make sure.
Bro.
More than 60% you will not.
Brothers. Broskies. My kin. Why are you there? Why? Maybe the boot camp will fix his hairline. He could have used that $18,000 to go get a better hairline, to fly to Turkey to fix whatever was going on up here. This guy could have got his hair back. I'm pretty sure hair transplants don't cost that much money. You can spend the money on better hair transplants, please. Just don't do it on this. Do you see there's only 2 of you?
Not be here fucking Friday. I guarantee it. And I'll make sure. I'll make sure you earn the right to be here every fucking second.
Earned it? I paid.
Because I see in your fucking eyes that most of you don't fucking belong here. And I'll be damned, I'll take this fucking knife off my fucking waist and carve this fucking tattoo off my fucking hand before I let any of you fucking bitches.
You know, just want a bottle of it.
I see it in your fucking eyes already. You're fucking.
The table being like a cheap folding table is kind of funny.
Souls are mine.
Your souls are mine.
Get over here.
What is that anger come from?
It's so performative.
Yeah.
Also, look, one of the biggest skills of a wrestler, aside from the athleticism, is the promo, right? You got to learn the pace and the cadence of improvisation so that when you realize what the sentiment of something you're supposed to say, you know how to give yourself breathing room. Like, hey, brother, I'll be seeing you Sunday, and I'll be putting you in a headlock. And then like, you've got enough
Your
time.
soul is mine.
And instead he kept going like, and I'd rather cut off my hand. I'm gonna be a bad boy. Or whatever
He's like stumbling over his words
to prepare this
They
speech.
think going to something. No, they think it makes it harder. They think if a man is bending them over and like they think that like that makes them hard. They like it's like baby brain thinking about like if I let a big strong man beat me up, that means I'm big strong too, right? If I can survive a big strong man beating me up, then I'm big strong. I'm big strong. That's what they're thinking. Like it's.
Dad, like during tripping over his words,
he hated it. He hated doing it.
You know when you flub your words and you have to cover it and act like it was intentional.
You're
He
like,
did that by yelling.
And I'll be damned, I'll take this fucking knife off my fucking waist.
I'll take this fucking knife off my what is it? Off my waist, off my knife belt.
Yeah, shit.
And I'll fucking do you guys like carve his fucking tattoo off?
I see in your fucking eyes already. Your fucking souls are mine.
That's
Your
very
fucking
funny.
souls are mine. Bro, it's 3 days. You're not doing shit to me.
Your soul is mine.
You've given me your soul.
You have paid me money.
You got something to prove?
Where did a 20-year-old get $10,000, $18,000 for a
Dad.
3-day weekend?
Bro, if you're 20 years old, just like go to a fraternity. Go on campus. You can get this same experience for not $10,000.
Right? So you got something to prove? Yeah. So fucking prove it.
Come on. Hey, we don't want to be last. Come on. Here we go. Hustle. Come on. Hustle.
Okay, so he has to fireman carry a guy.
Oh, is this like a dad bonding experience?
Paying $10,000 to carry my daddy.
Don't be last. Oh, come on.
He dropped him. It's a bad dad.
What a bad kid. His dad said, don't be last.
Come on, ready, come on. Ready, go. Go to Steve.
So what are you gonna do?
Carry my
get
dad.
a hernia. Pull something.
Pay for one.
So what the fuck are you gonna do?
Get a refund.
You gonna believe the stories they're saying? The things they think about you? Or are you gonna show them?
He's just
Dog,
so
he's 20.
bad at
Who's
this.
saying things about him? What are they saying? Oh, you're a 20-year-old. Dog has like his entire life ahead of him. What are you talking about? Bro is 20 years old. He has like 50 more years of life. What are they saying? Yeah, like, gonna believe what the ops are saying about you? Like, he's like, I don't have any ops, sir. Sir, I'm a scholar. Even the coach isn't motivated at all, bro. He's getting paid regardless. He's like, so you're gonna let them believe what they're saying about you? Really? You're gonna let them talk about you like that? I heard in the grapevine they were saying that you're weak. They were saying that you're not so goody.
Like the I get what it's supposed to be. It's first of all, I think I've said this about other stuff on the podcast. I think there is a level of enthusiasm about stuff that is always king. There is no part. They have to like this on some kind of more intense level.
This is a comment on the TikTok too. It's always training to be like a car salesman.
Yeah, like, what? You've not man enough to buy this?
This guy's got the immigrant to American to entrepreneur. His name is Bedros Koylin.
American to entrepreneur implies he's no longer American.
He's a citizen of the land of entrepreneuria. It was weird. It was like, do you want to prove yourself? And he was like, yeah.
Maybe.
So you got something to prove?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Okay, what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you through the sand in my ear.
Yeah. Carry your dad.
He was a bad improv partner, I will say. He was very much like, yeah. Like, bring something to this. He's like, yeah, you got to prove.
He's like, my dad made me do this.
It's like porn acting. There's like, oh, what? You're here to fix the pipes? Yeah, yes. Okay, so let's Fix the pipes. Yep. You're like, who's gonna move the
pipe me
seat?
down, Daddy.
Piping.
I got a pizza for you.
Just waiting for the director to say cut.
Why are you asking if I'm hungry? He's like naked and hard.
Just curious.
Are you hungry right now?
You want to get Uber Eats?
Do you want a pizza? Because I'm gonna fuck you.
Sex-wise.
Yeah,
You got something to prove?
Sexy style. Carry me, Daddy.
Is this the actual official MDK project with 1,361 followers?
Oh wait, we got here because of like this. I don't know how it got featured on like NBC Now.
If it promises a life-changing dollars for a 3-day mill of his public events have been canceled through the weekend. Well, would you pay $18,000 for a 3-day military-grade boot camp? How about if it promises a life-changing transformation? Well, dozens of men across the country are doing just that, but some mental
Why
health
would you not just
experts
pay
say
for a
these
personal trainer? Look, if you want like to like have like a life-changing thing, like you want to like get in shape or whatever and have somebody motivate you to be better, why would you not just hire a personal trainer? Why pay $18,000 for 3 days of somebody yelling at you and then you go home to continue eating your, Chips Ahoy or whatever and working your dead-end job? If you have that kind of money, why are you not just hiring a personal trainer and a nutritionist to change your diet and your exercise habits? And you pay them over the course of like a year, $18,000. Because this you get, you're on so many men. True.
extreme activities are not a replacement for therapy. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock takes a closer look.
You're way too goddamn big to not be throwing this little piece around.
Wait. Okay, come on, bro. It's night. They put you in a river and you have to wrestle other men. Come on, bro.
You're way too goddamn big to not be throwing this little piece around.
Through a high-intensity boot camp offered once or twice a year.
You, right?
Wait, it's 3 days. I mean, to be fair, if you rent a racket on like 50 men for $18,000 for 3 days, I would only work a few times a year too. But like, it's 3 days. You can't hold like once a quarter, once a month. You can't take 1 weekend a month out of your time to host this thing. You're like, okay, I yelled at men and got $50,000 or $500,000 from it. Time to come back in 6 months to do it again.
Are you last?
That includes hand-to-hand combat, water hosing, and crawling across railroad tracks. The model.
Okay. Hand-to-hand combat, sure, I get it.
Water hosing.
Water hosing, you just stole that from the Navy SEALs. Sure, whatever, I get it.
And crawling across rail.
I don't get this one. What does crawling shirtless across railroad tracks on your back do? If it's not just like masochism. You know what I mean? It must just be like a kink thing for pain. You feel me? Because like it doesn't do anything. It's supposed to make you like, it's supposed to, you like pain. You just like pain. You like pain. You get off to pain. And you're paying $18,000 for men to tell you how to inflict pain on yourself. That's all this is, right? That has to be all it is. You get off on men telling you how to pain/pleasure yourself. Is the king for both sides? Not even. The people who are telling them to do stuff are making like $1 million. You get freaking 50 people to pay you $18,000. Like you're getting back. It doesn't. I'll do it. Just give me a bunch of men, right, who want me to tell them how to inflict pain on themselves, and give me $800,000 to do so. I'll do it. Heck yeah, I'll do it. You know, I'll get into it too. Like, I won't be like that one instructor being like, man, hands in my pockets, man, people are saying such things about you. Nah, bro, for $500,000, I'm gonna be screaming in your face, bro. Bro, I'm gonna be like, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I wouldn't even say pause, bro. That's $500,000, chatter. If you're pausing for $500,000, you're not really about it like that. You don't live in the real world. I live in the real world. That's $500,000. $500,000. That's so much money, bro.
Railroad tracks. The Modern Day Night Project makes a promise to men who shell out the $18,000 to attend the 3-day program. You'll become better friends, better fathers, better leaders.
They're stuck in a rut. They've lost that fire. They've lost the edge as a man. Suffering leads to those superpowers.
Instructor Steve Eckert says the
Wait, so
suffering
this is MBK. This is the same program that this is, but it got increased by $8,000. It went from $10,000 10 months ago to $18,000 as of today.
is just one snapshot of a program that strives
That was
for
the
a
beta
deeper
testing.
purpose.
It starts off very loud, chaotic, and violent. They're forced to fight each other. After that, they're hugging each other. They're crying.
The common thread for many attendees, he says, is a past colored
Oh, I
by
remember seeing that. You remember this video chat of him being like, "You're going home. You're going home." He was trying to like walk back to be with the group. He's like, "No, you're going home." Like, y'all remember that? What is it called? Modern Day Night Project. You know what I'm talking about. Go on TikTok. I don't even know where it is, but I do remember this video.
abuse and the search for some direction.
Like he tried to get back in the pool because they were telling him that he's going home, and so he's like,
says is a
he's like,
past
"No, I'll go in the pool.
by abuse.
I'll get in the pool.
Search
I'll
for
get in the
some
pool."
direction.
Keep going, keep going.
I don't remember where I saw that at though. Maybe they showed it in here.
The last 3 days.
Oh, this is the one. Here it is. I found it.
Shut up. There is no respect.
There is no respect. See? He said it perfectly. There is no respect. He's trying to fucking kill you. Fuck this guy. He loses his shit. He has no self-control. He doesn't know what it is to lead. He left his friends when they deployed. He is not a leader. He's not somebody to look up to. He's just some fucking chump veteran that decided to start screaming at people with his friends because his friends were like, "Hey, I think we can get fucking paid for this. What do you want to do, Jeremy or Steve? What are you fucking bald ass?" Okay, the bell rung, and just learn that he's not as big and as tough as he right one has. And bang means he.
Oh, he's not gonna show the video. Okay, it's on the MDK Project Instagram page. I want to see this before you leave. It's from, when was it from? August 18th, 2023. Hopefully I don't scroll by this and see some naked men, because honestly, that would not be surprising to me. This is June. August 18th, so it's after this. This one? July. This one.
Are you that stupid? Here's why we're stupid. Here's why. Are you touching me? Are you touching me? Are you touching me? Get the fuck off of me. Get the fuck off of me.
I'm not
you little
touching you.
bitch.
I'm not touching
Fucking
you.
bitch. All of you get in the fucking tubs. Get in the tubs. Every one of you. So, hey, what are you gonna do now? What are you gonna do now?
Sir,
Every
sir.
one of you get in the tubs. Get in the tubs. Get in the tubs. Shut up with all. There is no respect. Get in the tubs. You are going home. I know you're not. Sit down. You're not going in the fucking water. They're all going in the water. They're all going in the water. You're.
And so as soon as they say you're going home, you're not getting in the water, he's like, no, I'll get in the water. I'll get in the water. Please, let me stay. Please let me stay. Please, I paid $18,000 for this. Let me get in the water.
You're fucking done. You're fucking
Let me get in the water.
Stupid. Are you that stupid?
Yeah. Resignation that he won't even get the 18K experience. Yeah. Never men going are going to find out they are gay later. To be honest, I'm happy for them. What happened to their backs? Oh, what happened to their backs is they were crawling shirtless on railroad tracks. That's what happened to their backs.
Here's why.
They were crawling shirtless on railroad tracks in concrete. Like, oh, jeez Louise, what an interesting world we live in. What an interesting world we live in. People paid for this. People they can leave at any time, so I don't feel bad for him. I mean, I don't know. I feel bad. They're like lonely men who don't have much going on, who are looking for some shortcut to like free themselves from the burden of capitalism, right? They think that you know, going through this would make their lives a better place, but they're faced with like alienization. Some of them are married though. It doesn't matter if they're married or not, because a lot of them are married. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're still lonely. They're still, you know, either like saddled with debt, worrying about how they're gonna feed their families or whatever. Like, if they have enough money to throw away 18K or 10K, but like doesn't mean that they're not like, you know, suffering under the weight of the current society, and they are looking for a shortcut to fix their lives. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's funny to laugh at them, and I'm not gonna say you can't laugh at them. You should laugh at them. It's funny, right? But I can understand looking to escape from your real world problems, right? By leaning into how masculine you're supposed to be, right? Like I get it. I don't get it, but like I can understand it, right? I don't have this problem. I'm not insecure in my masculinity. You know what I mean? And there's an argument for these dysphoric men who don't feel real enough because they have unrealistic standards for what it means to be a man. Yeah, that's true. I don't think that there is an argument for that. I think that is the argument. Yeah, they are taught that as a man, you're supposed to be this thing, and it's such an unattainable standard, right? That they're being pushed on them by other men, that they like these men are not like they're not like fat. You know what I mean? They are fit. They go to the gym. They lift weights. You know, they're not like outside of societal standards for what men are supposed to be. But even then, there's this like a thing that they have to reach out to because they're supposed to be men and they're supposed to be something different and better and greater, and they are failing to meet that because it's inherently unrealistic. And so they are searching for this in a way to try to be like, or try to express how much of a man they are, their masculinity. And they put themselves in this situation. And it's genuinely sad, right? It's sad that men are adhering themselves to certain standards, but then these men are going to turn around and then perpetuate those same standards onto their children, right? Like in the Sad Boys episode, we saw a father bring his child to one of these, his 20-year-old son. And guess what this 20-year-old child is going to do? Where's it at? This one right here. He's going to grow up, he's going to have a kid, and then he's going to do the same thing for his kid. You feel me? It's going to be, my father brought me to these alpha male boot camp, and so I'm bringing you. And then that kid's going to grow up and do the same thing. And it's going to impose upon their children the unrealistic standards for how to be a man to them. I feel like the way society expects men are set to trap them in the cycle and prevent them from seeing the truth of the way societal standards for women don't. And it's sad, honestly. Yeah. Do they do legacy admissions? Yeah, probably. Like it's like, this is like a perfect example of how the patriarchy also hurts men. You know what I mean? A perfect example for how the patriarchy also hurts men. These standards are created by men, sure. Is why I think a big problem that I have is the way we talk about patriarchy is whenever we have a conversation about how men are affected by patriarchy, a lot of times, a lot of like left-wing people, not even leftists, but like liberals, like radlids, will be like, well, who made it that way? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, obviously, men made it this way. That doesn't change the fact that men are also suffering under this, right? Men are also suffering under this, and we need to address or understand the fact that even though men made the system or whatever, that the men who are growing up in the system are affected by it, right? That's why there's a lot of pushback about the whole like men are inherently evil rhetoric that you see flooding on social media, right? And not that it's like the patriarchy is not an inherent system in men, but it's learned behavior, right? Children are born and then they grow up in the system, and then due to men like this, push things onto their children, and then they grow up and they do the same thing. They push things onto their children, right? But at a certain point, we have to break the cycle and say, hey, like, stop. Let's cut it. Let's not engage with this system where, as a man, I am expected to do this and do that and be this certain way and fulfill these unrealistic expectations, right? Like, there are men here who are like, again, who are fit, who go to the gym, who lift weights, who have six packs, who like then look at like freaking bodybuilders and saying, that's a real man. They won't say this, but like in their mind, they're saying, that's a real man. I want that for me because I want to be a real man too, right? And so they're chasing unrealistic standards in the same way that society portrays women as having unrealistic standards, right? Snatched waist, huge boobs, huge butt, you know, perfect face, makeup all the time, 10 out of, like, you know, 10 or whatever. And then it expects women to identify as that at all times, right? There can never be an average person. You know, the bodybuilders usually don't feel secure either. Yeah, because it's unrealistic, right? There can never be an average person. There's never an average man. There's never an average woman. There's never an average, you know, an average person. It doesn't exist, right? You always have to be more of a man or more of a woman. That's what gender roles, right, does. It creates these standards of like, this is what it means to be the most man, or this is what it means to be the most woman, right? Or male and female. And then you have to always achieve or attain this, but they are inherently unattainable, right? There's a lot of times where like you have these men who will like be the standard, who will be like freaking bodybuilders, six-packed, ripped, you know, yoked out the wazoo, but they're bald. And they're like, well, as a man, I'm supposed to have hair, but now I don't have any hair. So like now I need to like, you know, go to Turkey to get hair transplant to get, you know, get my hair back or whatever. Or they're short and they're like, oh, now I need to elongate my legs, right? Now I need to elongate my legs in order to become taller because as a man I need to be tall, right? It's impossible. It is impossible to meet every single standard. And it's like, oh, well, maybe they don't have much of a chin. Oh, now I need to get surgery to give me a nice crisp jawline, right? Because that's what men have, right? You will never have somebody who is everything that a man is supposed to be, right? Idealistically in society. That's the point of, of an ideal. And these men are kind of chasing that ideal. This is the perfect example of men being hurt by patriarchy.
Since its 2019 start, the project has held 20 sessions and racked up millions of views online and plenty of questions about its purpose. In June of 2020, a participant died during a session, and his family sued for wrongful death, alleging a failure to provide necessary medical care, though the parties settled a few years later. In a follow-up interview, Eckert told NBC News he did not want to discuss the matter due to privacy and respect of an extremely unfortunate tragedy, but added there was no liability.
What is the modern day Knights program teaching men
Like they
about
killed somebody and they're still in operation. It's kind of crazy. to be fair, so does the military, but in a sense, women are basically forced to contend with and think about the way that sexism affects them because it's negative, it's a hindrance. And since they are socialized to be better at having empathy and expressing feelings, sharing feelings, they are much more likely to understand and stumble upon understanding what patriarchy is versus men who neither have the tools, happenstance, or incentive to do the same. Not necessarily. Yes, but like, there's also a story about how there are certain women who would adhere to patriarchy because they find positive aspects and things out of it, and so they are willfully ignorant of the way the patriarchy affects other women, which you will see from like these anti-feminist women type things, right? Like the type like rhetoric that they espouse. But it is less likely for that to happen to women or to men for being aware of the systems than it is for women. That is true. But there's never like absolutes.
To be a civilized, savage servant. So civilized, they're going to open doors, they're going to say please and thank you. They're going to be a savage when it's needed, when it's time to be a protector.
If you're not a savage in that sense, does that mean you're not a real man?
I think a man should have it in to be a savage.
Masculinity never even crossed my mind.
Entrepreneur Michael Chernow took part in 2022 as a physical challenge.
I believe that I have this sort of inherent warrior mindset, and I run towards the hard things in life. When I'm in the hard thing, I tend to feel like I am at my most sort of vulnerable place where I can start to really dig.
Chernow has been married for almost 2 decades, has 2 kids, and is a highly successful businessman.
It's not that you felt broken, but you did want to address this trauma from earlier in your life.
I had a very, very violent and abusive relationship with my father, and that motivated me to look elsewhere for a father figure.
He says that in turn led to a sexually abusive relationship with a mentor.
How did going through this program help you to address some of those years long?
You didn't have to pay $18,000 for that information. You could have went to therapy.
Traumas.
It brought to light some of the trust issues that I have in my life.
He says he endured activities like this, digging graves in which participants lie in closed body bags for growth as much as grit.
A physical breakdown is required as part of the process. Your thoughts on that?
That's been my experience.
I get this, right? I understand wanting to face your trauma physically. You don't have to pay $18,000 for that, right? Just go to the gym, which I'm sure he does. This is what most of the country that goes to the gym does. It's catharsis when you're lifting heavy thing. You know what I mean? That's the breakdown. That's what it is. You don't need to lie in a body bag. You don't need to lie in a body bag for that catharsis. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't get it. Right? I can understand the physical exertion and pushing yourself to the point of being exhausted to try to push out all the negative emotions in your personal life. But $18,000 to dig your own grave and lay in a body bag doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like at my parents' house, we had we used to have a punching bag, right? Just like a straight up like sandbag. And when I would get angry, I would go downstairs, right? I'd put on the gloves and I'd punch the punching bag. You feel me? Sometimes you want to hit something. I get it. I get it. At no point was I ever like, I want to go get a shovel, dig my own grave, and lay down in a closed body bag because I'm upset. I don't, it doesn't even compute in my mind, right? And maybe a therapist would have told him that maybe that's not the good idea. You know who told him it was a good idea, chat? The person he just paid $18,000. The person who he just paid $18,000 told him that was a good idea. You know what credentials that guy has? None. That he can identify his trauma, so cannot comprehend therapy as a possibility is unfathomable.
Too. And I can't say that for everyone.
Licensed therapist Dr. George James weighed the benefits of programs like MDK and said they're not a replacement for actual treatment.
I've had clients that have done really difficult, challenging things, from ultra marathon.
Like, yeah, I exactly what I was gonna say. Why not just run a marathon? Right? People do that. Why not do an Ironman? Why not do a triathlon? It would be cheaper, more physically exhaustive, right? Exhausting. You know what I mean? Just do that.
To Tough Mudder races. I think it's being able to, as a therapist, being able to have the conversation around how does this directly help you to be a better father, partner, man.
For Michael, the actions in this case prove stronger than any words.
Some people have to walk.
You're
through the
not a
fire.
therapist. You don't know that. If you without therapy can acknowledge what your issue is, but you still feel as though you are faced with that trauma, why do you think that you are best suited to be like, okay, I just need to pay this guy $18,000 to beat me up a bunch and then I'll feel better? Maybe let's go to the professionals who study this so that he can tell you, maybe hold off on that. We may have a better and cheaper option that will give you fulfillment and help you work through your trauma. He's like, no, as a man, I need to be beat up a little bit by other men. I want other strong men to hit me a little bit.
To know that a burn is not going to kill you.
Sam Brock, NBC News.
Coming up, going for gold without ever leaving the couch. Why video games could soon be added to the Olympics. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Ooh, count me in for that.
Bro, I would be a fantastic. Do you think we can see tens at the Olympics? That'd be cool. What do you think the first esports would be at the Olympics? I did jiu-jitsu and it challenged me. I wouldn't say it solved my trauma. It made me an amazing person. But have you considered getting beat up by other men more? I don't think about it.
Of course, be sure to connect with us on your
Nancy
favorite
Sounds like
social
the
media
Olympics, dog.
platforms. You can always find me at Simply Zinkley.
And I'm TV Bolsonaro, and
I read it in real time.
President Jair Bolsonaro was charged Tuesday with attempting
Bolsonaro was charged? Bro, if only we could charge former leaders of America with attempting to coup the country. No, here we just give them the presidency again. He's in prison. I thought he was in Miami. Last I saw him, he was just chilling out in Miami. Wait, flying car.
If everything goes smooth. See, you cut me today.
and you can cut your commute at least in half, if not more.
Jim Duchovny says his company, Aleph Aeronautics, was able to create something we've been dreaming about since the Jetsons.
We're trying to make science fiction a reality.
And while not quite ready for the road, Duchovny says the flying car is about to take off. NBC News was given exclusive access to see their concept model with our own eyes.
That's just a drone. He just made a very large drone. He just made a very large drone.
If everything goes smoothly, I'm going to watch a car fly over another car. We'll see.
Sure enough, we watched it soar through the air over another car and land. But for all the magic of this moment, we were heavily restricted, forced to shoot at least half a football field away, and we never actually saw the driver entering or exiting the vehicle.
But you're not still all the way there yet because, you know, you wouldn't let me in the cockpit yet.
There's a difference between you and the consumers. We still have some IP, intellectual property, which we're trying to protect.
So far, more than 32...
It's a drone, bro. What IP? It's a drone.
200 early adopters have pre-ordered their $300,000 all-electric flying car. And the company is aiming to begin production by next year. But practicality might be where the rubber meets the sky. Only a few countries allow for the kind of road-to-air reality Duchovny envisions.
It's going to be slow, incremental approach, which is good for legal integration, which is good for consumer integration.
But he says as demand grows, regulations will catch up with the tech. For now, it's still that
The tech, and it's just drones.
Edge pie in the sky. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Do you need another
Silicon
license?
Valley.
Probably.
Fascinating, Steve. Thank you. Coming up, forget the curb appeal or the size of the backyard.
Wait, did they just skip over the esports thing? Well, what happened to the esports conversation? Oh, it's Saudi Arabia.
In Italy, and as athletes around the world are preparing to compete, the International Olympic Committee, or the IOC, is now getting ready to host another kind of event.
That's right. The IOC has announced the first Olympics for esports or competitive gaming. And as NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin explains, it definitely seems to have
This
a
would be
younger
so
generation
cool if it wasn't in Saudi Arabia. I'm gonna be real.
of Olympic fans logging on.
Video games are giving Alan Avila a second chance at all of his dreams.
I never would have thought that I would be here from just a simple video game that I grew up playing.
Avila tore his ACL 3 times in college, cutting short his pro soccer career.
I thought my dreams are done.
He started playing EA Sports FIFA, a soccer video game, and streaming it online, becoming one of the top players
What
in
is
the
up,
country.
guys?
He achieved his dream of playing soccer professionally, but virtually getting picked up by 2 esports teams.
I will definitely try to be a part of the Olympic esports.
And now he may even get to be an Olympian. The International Olympic Committee is partnering with the Riyadh-based Esports World Cup Foundation to host the first ever Esports Olympics in Saudi Arabia in 2027.
Esports is still a new sport because it's only a little bit over 20 years old.
Ralph Reichart, CEO of EWCF, says the plan is to set up the tournament like the Olympics, with clubs that now host gamer teams being replaced by nations in 2027.
In esports, nation-based competition, that national pride, hasn't been a primary source of entertainment, and the Olympics are in a unique position.
Who would be on our US's esports team? Because Tens is Canadian. Me. I'll do it. Shroud? Tarek? Ninja? Not Ninja. I'm gonna be real. It says FIFA. I don't know if anyone else plays that. Is it only FIFA? That's lame.
To bring that to the industry.
This isn't the first time the Olympics has taken a stab at esports. In 2023, the IOC hosted an esports week in Singapore, but fans on social media were not impressed, since popular games like Call of Duty, Counter-Strike, Valorant, League of Legends, and Dota weren't included.
The Olympics added esports, but they have zero idea what esports are.
The IOC hasn't released the games for the 2027 event yet. And for those of us sticking to the traditional definition of a sport, Avila has a different opinion.
Esports requires a high level skill and training, just like real sport does. It demands discipline, teamwork, peak performance under pressure. So
Myung's also
how
pretty
can you
good.
argue with
You
that?
think Myung is good enough for the Olympics? That's crazy.
Dana Griffin, NBC News.
So interesting. Well, there is good news about one diner serving up hope.
Okay, that's enough. I think I got everything I wanted out of today's stream. I learned about how to be water. See Twitch's new decision. I did see this, yeah. I got a message about this in the partner Discord. We're putting a 100-hour storage limit for highlights and uploads starting on 4/19 that want to apply to past broadcasts, VODs, or clips. Less than 0.5% of streamers exceed 100 hours. This content accounts for 0.1% of hours watched. Users will be notified. Honestly, I will agree with Twitch here. Most people put their stuff on YouTube anyway. People don't use highlights. They did highlight, they put highlights and uploads as a way to like combat YouTube, but nobody used them. But also because Twitch does not, have a way to easily view them. Probably costs a lot to store all of that too. Yeah. And so they are just, for the people who are exceeding that, they could probably put their stuff on YouTube and it'll be fine. Most people aren't doing it. Never watched a highlight. I've showed my highlights before. I have one highlight and it's Nick Please. I think a Valorant Ace I have as a highlight as well. Let's see. Video producer. Highlights. Yeah. I have Nick Please, the song. It's basically just longer clips. But I definitely don't use 100 hours of storage.
Spike
Here's one of my highlights.
down B.
Back when I used to game. Oh, run it back.
Spike down B.
I shot something. Refreshing. That's 3.
Pick me. Pick me. Pick me. Do it.
One enemy
No
remaining.
charges.
30 seconds left.
I got the spike.
And then it goes on for a while.
Dropping.
Because ones are going to watch it if they don't have it ready. Yeah.
Nice, you're better.
Appreciate it. Yeah, that was an ace. I'm so much better now than I was back then. I'm so much better. Maybe we'll play some tomorrow. But yeah. Use the same crosshair in Rivals too. I don't know how. Besides the gamer at the end there. I mean, yeah, because I got an ace, so you gotta hype me up a little bit. They will yell at you though. But yeah, thank you all for watching, chat. I do appreciate you all. In my journalism class, we talked about hacker activism. I was holding myself and trying to mention you. I mean, you could have mentioned me. I was supposed to give a lecture at a guest lecture a while ago. It kind of fell through though because I just stopped responding because I'm bad at responding. That's pretty funny. Hold on. There never been the allegations. Find Twitch and replace Kick does not work for links. This is on Kick's terms of service. Terms of service, it redirects to Twitch. That's not real. That's not real. Oh, they changed it? Let me see. Oh, they did change it. Now it redirects to kick. But all of their links apparently redirected to Twitch's terms of service. That's so funny. That's so funny. Kick. Never change. Anyway, thanks YouTube.